Hi, Maxie. Just sharing the live out. Hi, puppets. I usually go on at 9, so some people might not be here yet. Hi, Hannah. Found something interesting today, Hannah, um, about that coincides with that Amanda Dunlop. You can come up if you want. I'm just waiting for some people to get in here. And then I was going to go over a little bit of my other channels because I'm going to start uploading my Epstein stuff over onto my other channel because a lot of people are asking me about that. And I've got a few books that I put into my Facebook group. So I'm going to go over that real quick and then read this article from 2019 that I found that mentions this Andrea Dunlop. Okay, take your time. I'm going to be on for at least a couple hours. Um, and I was going to mention your live because I thought that was productive today. Um, so if you want to get your son settled, and I kind of wanted you up here if I was going to go over your live because, to kind of talk about the other stuff that was said. But that was a real productive live, I thought, because, you know, it's just I thought it was really productive discussing the drama, but not being dramatic about it, and holding some people accountable. Oh, do you have it like uploaded so that I can play it? I didn't know if we could do that. Oh, oh, okay. Um, where do you put your stuff on YouTube? Okay, so like are you sending that to my TikTok messages? Oh no, my inside is colder than outside. I have no heat in my house, Shanann. Yeah, I have my basement flooded a couple years ago, and it took my furnace out and my water heater. I was able to get a new water heater and put it up on blocks, but it was like 10,000 for a new furnace, and so I insulated the whole house, and I use kerosene heaters and these radiant heaters. And I'm able to keep like my rooms. My son's room upstairs stays at 60, 65 with his heater. And then I'm able to keep this one around 50 to 60. But when we've had the below zero weather, uh, it's frigid. I can see my own breath in here. So I like to be snuggly warm. But it's today and yesterday, it went up above. We had like 5 below for like 2 weeks, and everything froze. My water outside froze, so I've had to turn my water off. And so today is the first day it's gone up to 30. And then next, in 2 weeks, it's supposed to go up to 60. So I'll be able to turn the water back on, and I'll be back in out of my snuggly stuff. Or I might stay in this all summer because it's so. My cat's laying on me right now. Here, I'll show you. Uh, I've got an electric blanket that is so cozy warm, and then I've got two like Sherpa blankets on top of that. And she has become so used to this. She lives there on my lap. I can't move. If I move, she gets all persnickety. So yeah, that's I'm settled down. I can't move for 2 hours. I just move my leg and she's glaring at me. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, okay. Can you come up, Hannah? All right. Yeah, we can. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah. Hi.
look, I'm gonna
Yeah, I
talk while
want.
my son's getting dressed for bed. We're just getting
Okay.
home. I sent it to your the one with the purple
Oh,
profile.
my JFK Annie account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
downloaded it today at work, and all the talking. I go in Madison's live. I'm thinking that they're over there, just talking, and I get confronted by Harley Kim. I heard you had a problem with Madison. No, I don't. I don't. No.
Well, no, but like the reason I jumped in is because I had that interaction with Dreamer,
Mm-hmm.
and then I saw her daughter up there, and I've never seen her daughter up there other than when she was interacting with her mother and
Uh-huh.
uh, those, and I won't go into those other lives. I will not.
Right.
I won't give them views or take my followers in there. So when I saw her over on yours, I'm like, oh, well, this is gonna. And then Madison was up there, and you weren't being rude with her, but you
No.
were holding her accountable. And see, because that's why I wanted to. A year ago, like I said, when I had Audience Speaks, that
Uh-huh.
Zora,
Zora. Her name's Zora.
yeah, she was on my panel, and she was talking all about Gypsy and that other girl in
Hey,
prison.
Donna.
Which Zora was, I guess, dating the Amanda Bird. Is that her name?
Yeah,
Amanda
Amanda
Bird.
Bird.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh, and Zora was dating Amanda Bird, and that's how she got with Gypsy you know. And so she was making the rounds about a year ago, jumping up over on YouTube. She was on Morbid and jumping up over here on TikTok. And so she just came up on my live one night, or I don't know if my other mods had a relationship with her or what. I have no idea, but she ended up on my live and she was telling that whole story. And we let her tell her story. And then when she ended it, she messaged me and she mentioned Dreamer, and she told me, she said Linda recorded your live and they're over there showing it, and I didn't know who Linda was. And then she told it was Dreamer. But so they've been doxing this Dreamer for a year, right? That Zora. And so I can show the messages. I said, Zora, I don't do the drama over here. I'm not going to do that. And she's like, well, I don't do drama either. I'm like, yeah, you are. You're bringing drama in here by, bringing Dreamer up. Because that was back when they were making all those cartoons of her and everything. And I felt sorry for Dreamer. I even said on my live, I said, directly to her, I said, Dreamer, they are using you. They are using you because you respond the way you do and you look crazy, and they're going to throw you under the bus and betray you. And I welcomed her over here to discuss it, but they played our live, and then that was that. So then when Babygate happened, and I saw that one account that was supposed to be Dreamer, that Mimi was saying put the baby pictures, you know, uh, that was Madison, Zora, and Amber J. All three of them together made that account. And that just looks that what that means is that for over a year these people have been back in the background doing all this shady crap. There's no reason for three people to make an account impersonating Dreamer. No reason. None whatsoever. And then when Dreamer did that thing about my father, I said, she's mentally ill. And I'm not going to debate or argue or instigate or in any way a mentally ill person. I addressed it. I put it on my wall over here. What she did, she responded. Then she messaged me and said she took it down. She was sorry that my dad passed. She said my dad passed from cancer. He did not. I said, I don't know where you're getting your information, but no, he had dementia and he died in hospice naturally. And then she messaged back that, she doesn't like me or whatever, but she's sorry that she did it. And then she went over to Sheena's and they were making fun of me again. And I was down in chat and they wanted me to come up on panel and I wouldn't. And Dreamer's down in chat saying, that about your father was just a joke. And then she was saying, oh, she did another video where she says, we're not stalking you. We don't even care about you. We don't even know who you are. And then she does a video where she says, I'm over there trolling her and she doesn't even think it's me. So she says she's trolling me, and then she does a video where she says, we're not doing anything with you. We don't even care about you. You're not important. She just contradicts herself. She's crazy. Guys, she's crazy. She's mentally ill. And you just, no, I don't want to be any part of dialoguing with this person.
We need to walk away from those types of people, especially if we can't help them. I don't know
No.
why they run towards them. They're like, oh yeah, this was a live one, and they go
Mm-hmm.
in through them. Yeah.
And obviously, they have been manipulating and using Dreamer.
They have. They have. But
And
she tried to get me in my inbox when she I think they must have said that they were going to launch an attack on me cuz she kept saying, "Are you the black girl that does crafting?" No. Wait, you don't have a craft show on YouTube? No, I don't. And so she was like, I was like, you do know I'm black, right? And she was like, I don't care what color you are. I was just trying to see what you do crafts. Well, stop talking to me. I don't talk to you. Why are you talking to me? So she after that she left it alone, but then she did two have a seats on me.
really,
You're
okay, because
right. And
yeah.
it's like, what? Why are you wasting your time? Yeah, she was trying to, I guess she thought she was being nice to me. I don't know what that was. Hey, B.
Hello.
Yeah, I just don't like, you're not going to be in my presence and be racist, and you're not going to be in my presence and talk ugly to your child. The way she started talking at Wimberley yesterday, I went to calling her all kinds of names. I was like, you have lost your mind.
Wow. How long was your live, Hannah?
5 hours.
5 hours. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. I do. I
Oh,
sent it to you.
I was gonna say if you want me to put this on my JFK Annie,
I
I can.
do. It was 5 hours, and you know how much I made? A whopping $11, just enough for Starbucks.
Okay. Do you want me to see if I can upload this onto YouTube?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do what you
Okay.
want with it. We need
All
it.
right.
Was refresh. We needed it. We needed that kind of live to kind of get us all back in focus. The ones that want to focus.
Yeah. I'll see if it'll let me download it.
Because it was I didn't yesterday didn't go well for me. I didn't like how we were talking and nobody knew what I was talking about because me and P were talking as if we were talking like we usually do and it didn't have any structure. So I thought about it. I'm like, I gotta bring structure back into my live. I can't have it where I don't know what's going on because it's hard for me to gain my own focus. So
Hmm.
I worked on that.
Yeah, well, let's see if I can. When did Wimberly come in? Because
Ah,
I caught the tail end of it. You had
when did
already
she
been
come?
on.
Did she come in with Madison? I don't know. I ain't even
She
finna
was
lie.
there before Madison was,
Oh yeah, she was. You're right.
because you
She
asked
was.
her if it was okay for Madison to come on.
I sure did. I sure did. Y'all know my short term memory is not where it should
Yeah.
be. But yeah, she I just went ahead and apologized. Sorry I cussed your mom out. I felt bad about it. But I don't like that. I do not like that. You ain't finna sit up here and be mean to her. It's already hard enough that you're not being a parent to her.
I like how you sit there, just put your makeup on.
Right. Look, I had goals. Look, I had goals too. I didn't know I was on there for 5 hours.
Yes, you were.
Yeah. That was a power one. Right.
Exactly. You don't have to keep explaining yourself, you know?
Right.
You know? Look at how many followers you have. You grew that channel.
Yeah, but
You could,
they ain't coming in my live because I cut out all the drama.
It's cultural.
there.
Just how the
Oh,
N
there
word
you're
with
talking
an A
about
is cultural.
the
So
name.
the
When
C
you,
word over in the UK, that's a cultural thing for them. Just
Yeah,
like in
yeah,
America,
that was
it's a
good.
cultural thing for that word to be just extremely taboo.
Yeah.
Yes, good word for it. I love that.
Pick another one.
There's just some words that give me the ick.
well,
And
yeah,
to
they're,
me, the P word gives me the ick. I don't know why.
Look at me.
When I was in the military, the most
Penis?
common
They're
way
like,
we
what's the
used the
P
word
word?
was
What you got between your legs?
P-U-S-S-Y.
Oh, I was thinking penis. The word penis offends me too.
so
Give me the ick.
an example of a
And
cultural
that's
use
what I
of
was
the
gonna
word.
I was gonna say, but you know, everybody started talking. But when people use that the C word, see you next Tuesday, as a as an insult to you, that's because it's the female body part, and you know, resort making basically calling you, you know, your vagina, and it is it's just very it's visceral to a woman. So like, and I always say, I know that like when someone calls me that that name, I know in an argument or a debate, I know that I've won, because you can Roger Stone did that to Hillary Clinton back in 2008. Roger Stone started a pack like online called Citizens United, Not Timid. And it was specifically to educate about Hillary Clinton. And that's where he put online all this, you know, all the stuff from the Arkansas Project from back the 90s that they used basically, that's in PIZZA Gate, all right? All of that crap. The Richard Scaife stuff, the Heritage Foundation stuff. That's what he started spreading around in 2008. And, it got mainstream press because everybody knew what he was doing. The picture, the image looked like a female, you know, just a female body. It was like an X or a V with a line. It looked like a woman's legs and vagina. And he did it to instigate, he did it to be controversial and shocking, all right? And the reason he did that is because, I've never believed that the Clintons are Democrats. They're not on the up and up at all. I know too much about them. And in 2008, Hillary Clinton had a woman problem. Women have never liked her because she's a career woman and, they never liked her. So if you have a group of women that are fighting like cats and dogs and they just hate each other, everybody in that room hates each other. And it's just all a big thing. You send one person in there and call one of those women a cunt. And all of those women will unite and protect that one woman. Okay? So it's a tactic. If someone calls me that, I know that it's for effect. They're trying to shut me up. Because it hits a woman when they're called that, it'll hit a woman and they'll fight. They'll come out fighting.
The B
They'll
word
all
hits
come out
me.
fighting.
That's my
Really?
trigger word. Yeah, because what
Hmm.
I could count how many people have called me one. What is that? Born on the Bayou got up there and called me one, and I went off on
Really?
her like, who the fuck? Yes, she did. I was like, see, that's what something's wrong with you, because there's nothing about me that what are you cussing at me for? Like, that just showed me she ain't got no education. That she went to a ugly word before she said anything productive. So that's why I don't address her. I don't talk to her. She's on a panel. I get down. I don't fool with that. She'll never get the chance to call me another one. Never.
Yeah. Well, that's why I sent to you. I was just scrolling, and they weren't showing the video because they know they're not allowed to record and do that.
But it
Like
makes me
you're
wonder
here.
what name they came up underneath. Because now I want to watch my door even closer. Because that's what I'm trying to alleviate. Them going and taking clips and going and clipping it up. Don't go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to take the shock value out of it. Oh, she was
Right.
talking about you. Nope, I was
Yeah.
not.
Well, I didn't even know those two that I sent you the screenshot. I didn't
Me
know the
neither.
two, but when I originally scrolled through, Dreamer was up there, but Dreamer never said anything. She just
Right.
kind of sat there, and they kept saying, "Hey, where'd you go, Dreamer? Are you there?" And then Dreamer dropped down, went away, and they started playing the audio, and I recognized it as your live because I'm like, I was just there.
Right. I don't.
And
I tried to find them. I couldn't find them. That look. Those are
because they only did it for like 10 minutes. They played some of your audio and then they stopped. They said, I can't do this anymore, and they
right.
ended the live.
Because
Yeah.
it probably like their stuff sounds like noise to us because our mind is not on that. Our stuff sounds like noise to them because they don't want to hear what
Well,
we're saying.
I think it was no fun for them.
No.
It wasn't productive. Because when Dreamer was there originally, and the woman was trying to cue up the audio, and then Dreamer left. There was no purpose because what they wanted was Dreamer's reaction to her daughter being on
Uh
your
huh.
panel.
Yep.
That's what they need. They need Dreamer to be there. If Dreamer's not listening to it and playing along, it's not effective for them.
Right. And that's what I want to do to take the effectiveness out of going back and telling everybody doesn't know how to tell people don't send me stuff. They don't want to hurt your feelings or they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that. No. Don't I cuss you get cussed out real fast sending me stuff. Because why are you sending this to me? It only took me to tell two of them, and I ain't never had no more problems in my inbox because I don't entertain that. Like you
No,
weren't helping me.
I think one of the most important things is because like her daughter did not attack Dreamer
Mm-mm.
on that at all. She was just explaining like about her brother, and the whole point of it was, why are any of them doing anything about Wimberly's brother? He
Yeah.
has
Yep.
absolutely nothing to do with Gypsy Rose, you know?
Yep.
And I really liked the way, and then Madison left, but the way you guys were not being nasty or attacking, but you were just holding her accountable.
It's
When
that's
she
I call
tried,
it coming to Jesus. We
yeah,
gonna have a coming to Jesus meeting. Just stop. You have nobody's gone to jail. You haven't gone so far that you're gonna have to go to jail. But just stop. Hey, Bam
mm-hmm,
Bam, just stop. But she cannot. That's
yeah,
how you know it. That's
because
above our pay grade.
they're pulling people into this that have
Hmm.
literally nothing to do with Gypsy.
Right.
You
That's
know,
right.
they're exposing these people's personal information, and that is invasion of privacy. When they go and search Wimberly's brother and Wimberly, just because Wimberly has come up on these panels or whatever recently and started, talking and telling her story basically.
Right.
But and also when they approached her, she didn't
Yep.
go out there and try to find all these people. They were approaching her in her messages and stuff, and
Hmm.
then she, because they wanted the big altercation between her and her mother,
They sure did. They sure
and she's not,
did.
playing along, but she is basically, putting it on the record. This is who I am. This was the way she didn't raise me. So, you know, uh, I just, because here's the thing, these people, when they made the fake account that was supposed to be Dreamer, and then Mimi did the video where she said, it's Dreamer. The account is Dreamer, and it wasn't Dreamer,
Right.
you know? These people need to explain, why are you doing this? Why are you creating an account that's supposed to be someone else? And why are three of you on this account using it and doing whatever you're doing with that account? And it's not a good enough excuse to say, well, Dreamer did this to us. Dreamer did
Right.
this, that, that. No. Two wrongs don't make a right. If Dreamer did something, or any of them, Dreamer, Shanna, any of Gypsy's goons, if they do anything to me, here's what I'll do. I will log it, I will document it for the legal record, I will make it public, I'll
Yep.
post it in public, I will show people, not only on TikTok, I will take it over to my Facebook and post it there where I keep legal records of any social media interaction that I have. I will address it one time on a live like this. Okay, this is where you can find out. I posted it over here. This is what happened. I'm not going to sit and have a dialogue about it for a month.
Right.
Okay? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just log it. This is what happened on social media related to this person, and then move on.
Right.
They want you to keep talking about it back and forth. There's no, if Dreamer does something, there's no excuse. That's not an excuse for them to make an account and hound her and harass her and do that. Because what they did with that account that was supposed to be her is they tried to basically set Dreamer up,
Yeah, set her up on this app. Yep.
because Dreamer was blamed for the baby pictures.
Hmm.
And
And they knew
there's
she
that,
didn't do it. They knew she didn't
yeah.
do it, but they liked
And
the reactions
what are
they
they?
get.
What are you doing? Because that's, that is sneaky, deceptive, inauthentic, and there's no excuse for it. And you're supposed to be over here in this true crime community that's for justice and truth and accuracy,
They're creating crimes in the crime community.
right?
Some of them are
Right.
criminals. We are in the midst of criminals, and it's just unfortunate. It's people, unhealthy mentally people. It's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
stuff going on, but you got to pick what you want to deal with. Like I don't want to deal with Nut House drama. Because I told you we were laughing, but we're like, Sheena's the one that gets everybody in trouble at night in the prison, and we have to go up early because Sheena messed it up for us. We can't even watch the movie. It's like I'm tired of not being able to watch the movie, but that's the accurate description of what she's doing. That's she's trying to make this a environment of a mental ward or a jail of a prison. That's what she
Well,
knows.
that's the thing. You know, she's Dreamer's obviously mentally ill, and
Yes, and
so
has
right
been for
now,
a long
all
time.
these people, yes, and all these
Hmm.
people doing this is harassment.
Hmm. Yeah.
You're harassing a mentally ill person
What is butt?
just to get her to what?
Look at
React?
to get
You know?
right, so we can see how vile she is. I guess they want to see Venom. I don't know.
Yeah, you're pushing her buttons. So
Right.
that you're just as bad as her.
Exactly.
Because
That's
you're put
like
and
the therapist coming in picking at the client. You don't do that. You help them and you go on about your business. If you can't help
right.
them, don't hurt them, and make sure they don't hurt themselves. Hmm.
Bottom line, we are content creators. Or if you don't consider yourself a content creator, you're a part of the audience that's watching the stuff we are creating. I
Hmm.
can't not call myself a content creator because I create content. you know so just like for years, for decades, I never called myself a researcher. I said I'm just reading books, but I'm a researcher because I amassed a research collection. So I have to say, okay, yes, I am a researcher, and I'm an archivist because I take my research and I store it all over the web for the public to find. So that's what I am, officially, legally, whatever you know so if you're over here on TikTok and you are creating videos about Gypsy Rose, you are a content creator.
That's right.
And you're a part of the Gypsy verse, whatever you want to call it. I don't like that name because it means it's a circus, and people
Yeah.
don't take circuses seriously. And all that drama is a circus. And Dee Dee's murder is not entertainment. No murder is.
Mm-mm.
No murder is entertainment. All right. So I want my stuff to be evidence based. But they, all of us, they keep dragging us into it. That's why they keep dropping my name. I moved the stuff over here to this account and the database account months ago. I have not done Gypsy over on my JFK Annie, but they're still dropping my name in these lives, Annie, and if people don't realize when they say Annie, they say JFK Annie, and then everybody knows who I am because they've been talking about me for a year, and no one should be talking about me other than here would be the proper way. Hey, JFK Annie has created this stuff over on Facebook, and she's uploading a buttload of books. You know, if you're
Right.
interested in that, she'll read the book. Hey, do you want to find something in the FOIAs? JFK Annie's building a database where she's trying to organize it all. That's how you should mention my name,
Right.
not like in any kind of drama. Because it's not about nobody should know our names,
No, they shouldn't.
and nobody should know our kids' names, our husbands' names, 15 years back in our life, whatever we were doing. No, what that means is you're basically stalking people. You're cyber stalking people. And I don't, now over on Facebook, yeah. If you want to follow me, if you want me to let you in my personal private stuff, I will screen you. I will find out. I need to know who you are because for 15 years, Roger Stone sent trolls to all of my accounts. I've got hundreds of groups over there, and he would put trolls in those to see what I was posting about him. And if I was posting, so I did, I posted a lot of shit he didn't like. So he would try to get the group taken down by doing like they do over here, where they do the N word. They copy and paste that and just stick it in comments. So they try to get up here on the panel and they say it. So the bots will take my live down. Well, they do the same thing over on Facebook. They put PORN spam in the groups. So I have all those groups where I have to approve every comment or every person that's looking at it. Yes, Roger Stone is probably in the Epstein files, gone wandering. I'm going to do that over on my, in fact, that's what I was just going to show you guys. I'm going to do that over on my JFK Annie, and then I have another account called May's Garden. And I can go into Roger's connection to the different Nexium and all of that. Hang on a second. Where was I just?
Well, I went to giggling today. I went to speak to. I went over to Rose and Chewy, and I thought it was funny. They were mentioning, we were talking about the baby. They read what was put on the Snark page. Somebody has taken the comment down, so the Snark page is going down, and they were giving their theory. And I'm thinking in my head, I don't work with no damn Christy. I was like, I came up with that. I just got confirmation that something's going on, but no, it's not a plot. I'm not plotting. I just know what I know. You can tell. I was just like, I should say, I just got quiet because I'm not trying to have people thinking that it's a rumor or nothing.
All right. I'm going to just show you real quick. This is a digital book I just, dang it.
Oh, it died. Oh, it didn't? Okay.
No, it didn't die. It just keeps going to sleep. I need to check my settings. Anyway, this is a book called Why Johnny Can't Come Home. It is written by Johnny Ghosh was the paper boy. There was a couple. One of the paper boys that was kidnapped. And this ties back to the Franklin scandal that Nick Bryant wrote. And it all ties back to the child trafficking. This was written by his mother. She became an advocate, it's a fascinating story. This is what Quiche was talking about, if any of you caught her live.
Yeah, I caught some of it.
Okay, well, this is what she's talking about. Now, I cannot upload this book, but I can read it to you. I can do lives where I read it to you now. Hang on a second. Go into my Facebook account. Okay, this is on Facebook. This is May's Garden, and that is May Bressel right there. She's my mentor, and I'm going to upload all of her radio shows and all of her research, but this is where I'll put all of my Epstein stuff. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And in fact, I just put, if you go into the file section, I just downloaded the Franklin scandal. That's the Nick Bryant book that I've been talking about, where he it's ties to the White House callboy ring and Craig Spence back during George Bush Sr.'s administration. Okay, I also have the original book by John DeCamp. This is Nick Bryant's book, and I'm going to upload John DeCamp's book. The Franklin scandal ties to Michael Aquino and all of the child trafficking and the Johnny Ghosh case, because this is Paul Bonacci who gave testimony, and I've also got that testimony that's gonna come up. But this is my Maze group, and I'm gonna upload all of the Epstein stuff here. Okay, and let me see, show you the other thing. Whoops. No, you don't want to watch Peacock. That's all my writing. I write stories. Hold on a second. Where's my files? There's my files. And there's my SD card. And where did I put it? Or in downloads. No, I think I put it in downloads. Hang on. Okay. there's that book. See, it's 244 megabytes, so I can't upload it to Facebook. I can only upload 25 megabytes and under. So there's Nick Bryant's book, and then this is the original book, the John DeCamp book. And I'm getting the testimony and just everything related. There's like about out of 50 books on Epstein that are in the process of going up into that thing. So it's all going to be there for you guys to download. Also, and the documents are all going to be there. And then I'll show the connection. I'll show the build on my Facebook. I will show the build of Pizzagate to Q and how that connects to Epstein. Okay, because here, if you go over to my Facebook account, now I had made this private a while back, but I'm in the process of making it public again. But if you just search, okay, if you search my wall, there are all of the posts I've made over the years that relate to Epstein. Okay, now this one in particular, hang on a second. So I was found the one about all of these mention Epstein and the connection to everything else, but I want to show you one particular thing from an article in the New York Post. Hold on. See, I've got literally 15 years of this, and I've got millions of posts at this point. Okay, that's about Pizzagate and Roger. I just had it. Hold on a second. There, this right here. This is, shoot, come on. All right, this was a Daily Mail article back from 2021. And this was that Maxwell paid Jacob Wall to smear victims. Now, Jacob Wall is a young man that worked with Jack Berkman. Both of those tie directly to Roger Stone. Now, here you can go to the New York Post article, and this woman here, Kristen, she claimed that Jacob Wall told her that Maxwell paid him and Jack Berkman to smear the Epstein victims. All right. So if you go into that, here is my 2020. This Kristen was defending Jacob Wall on Twitter and on Facebook, and I had personal interaction with her. And that's where this is. See? This is my interaction with this Kristen girl who worked with Jacob Wall. And there's my JFK Annie. And there is all of the posts between her and I on Twitter where she admits stuff. That's Jacob Wall. Now, if you search him, if you search Jacob Wall, Jacob Wall is the guy that did all those slander things against the Democrats. There you go. See that data dump, Jacob Wall? That's my group on Jacob Wall, where I put all of the material about him, who he is and what they did. These are the guys who, when the Mueller investigation was ongoing, they did a fake smear where they said that Mueller raped a woman. Okay? These two worked directly with Roger Stone. Jack Berkman was part of originating the Seth Rich theories. Seth Rich was a Democratic operative that was murdered, and they claimed that, there was all kind of conspiracy theories around that. If you look up Seth Rich and Roger Stone, all of that comes up. All right, so that's what I've done for the last 15 years. That's my personal connection. Basically, they used the Epstein stuff, to smear the Clintons back in 2013, but then it backfired on him because Trump's all over the Epstein files. So hang on a second. Does somebody want up here? Okay, Hearts, I don't know you. Can you tell
I
me
think
who
it was
you
a
are? How you?
mistake.
Oh, okay. If you guys can request up, it's just that I need to know who you are and how you found me, why why you want up here, basically. Because if I just let you pop up and then you're one of those people that are just gonna say things, to try to get me taken down, I can't have that. All right, so that's what all of that stuff is going to be in my Maze Garden group. Okay. And I'm going to do that over on my JFK Annie account. All the gypsy stuff's going to be over here. What I wanted to, I don't want to show B's phone number. Yeah, I want to, because I sent her the article. I want to get to that. All right. So I was surfing around and I don't even remember what I was looking up, but I found this article from 2019, and it's fascinating. It's a Vanity Fair article, okay, about basically it was about Hulu. Here, it's Vanity Fair. Munchausen syndrome by proxy is having a pop culture moment. Dang it. Is having a pop culture moment. Okay, hold on. But no one's getting it right. The disorder is cropping up on HBO, Hulu, and in a film debuting this weekend. But as an author whose sister actually has Munchausen syndrome by proxy explains it, not as cinematic as we've been led to believe. All right? Now, this is the article I was going to read. Well, this is going to be, not yet, but yes, I will put this article up in the database. You can access all of my groups via my Facebook page. I don't write about Gypsy on my actual Facebook page because I'm not going to put her there, but my groups are linked. Where I have the Gypsy content is linked to my Facebook. All of my political stuff is over on my actual Facebook account. Okay, yeah. If you want my political stuff, you have to follow me. If you can't see all the private stuff unless I actually make you a friend, and I can't make you a friend unless you tell me who you are. Okay, because all kind of people want to get into access to my personal stuff. And Roger's been planting trolls on my pages since 2011. He's been planting trolls on my son's pages. Yes, Hannah. That is Andrea Dunlop. You see, I'm watching Grey's Anatomy. That is Andrea Dunlop, the woman that Gypsy did the podcast with. And see, this is from 2019 when Gypsy was in prison, and Melissa Moore was planning the book and everything with her, and she was discussing with Lifetime to do the shows because Prison Confessions was before she was released. There was Prison Confessions, then there was Life After Lockup.
And this particular push for Andrea links up to the time where she's the author of several books, but this one in particular was for the book We Came Here to Forget. And it does center around Munchausen by proxy.
Right. And we need to, find, basically, this Andrea Dunlop has manufactured her story, just like Gypsy did.
It was manufactured herself.
Right. She claims that her sister had the Munchausen, and there was an investigation, and her sister, Andrea Dunlop's sister, has her kids. There was no abuse.
And she has not spoken to that family now in 15 years. The parents and Andrea have not even met the youngest kids that were born after this whole debacle.
Right. So I'm going to read this article. If you guys, want to go over there, it's just search Vanity Fair, or just search that. Search Munchausen system by proxy is having a pop culture moment, and it'll pop right up. So, okay, I'm gonna put the phone back, and I'm gonna read this article. I found it fascinating that when Melissa Moore was working with Gypsy on the books, basically to build up the story about Dee Dee having Munchausen, that this is what Andrea Dunlop was doing during that same period. And then, this article specifically mentions The Act, Hulu, okay, and also Sharp Objects. That's an excellent series on, I think it's on HBO and Disney, with that Amy, forget, she was in Enchanted, and I love her, Amy. I don't know her last name now. Anyway, I'm going to read this article. Oh, is Wimberly in here?
Yeah, she
Hi,
just sent you
Wimberly.
2 roses.
Welcome, Wimberly. Do you want to come up a little bit and because I was talking about Hannah's live, and before I read this article, if you want to come up and talk a little bit, you can. Because I'm going to be on a couple hours. I can wait. Okay, watching the Olympics. Yeah. Was the ice skating yet? I want to catch the ice skating. I don't care about any of the other sports. Well, we talk about Gypsy over here all the time, so, and like I said, I don't know if you caught when I was up on Hannah's, but my interaction with Dreamer was brief, but basically she just, she slandered my father, and she was in here trolling, and I was actually defending her, because after they faked that account with her, I didn't think that the person trolling me was Dreamer. I thought it was somebody on a fake account. And then she went over, Dreamer bragged. She's like, yeah, we're trolling her, and she doesn't believe it's me. Then she apologized to me for what she said about my father. Then she went back over to Shenna and mocked him again. Said, oh, it was just a joke. And then she messaged me again, said, well, I don't like you, but I'm sorry that your father died. My whole thing is Dreamer is mentally ill, and at this point, everybody's harassing a mentally ill person, so that makes everybody just as bad, and dragging you and your brother into it was just, because it has nothing to do with you.
It's uncalled for, but I do have to say,
Right.
Wimberly, I'm very impressed every time I see you on a panel. You handle yourself with such grace and dignity. I am proud of you.
And that's the thing too, that's I think so insidious, is that you have had to come out and tell your personal story, and that's none of our business. You've had to make yourself vulnerable and do that, and go up against all of these, crazy people. Yeah,
It happens to the
it's
best of us, but
yeah.
I'm very impressed with you. You handle yourself very well. You're very classy.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome here anytime, and this is a safe space, and we don't do the drama over here. I'm not here to cut Dreamer down or anything. I think for 2 years now, when Sir Morbid started doing that, I thought that was so ugly, and I tried to reach out and tell her they're using you. They have you out there because you look crazy when you respond the way you do, and they are going to throw you under the bus. And that's exactly what they did when they tried to frame her for Babygate. It's exactly what they did. But she believes they're her friends. She believes that they have her back, and they don't. Exactly, Wimberly. I, you know, I've had people in my family like that. I get it. And you just have to let it go. You just have to let it go. That you don't owe anybody anything. You know, the fact that these guys put your brother and you and your brother into this, whatever, you know, you don't owe anybody anything.
And thank you both for your service. Appreciate you.
Yes. Yes. You know, so because this drama is going to continue because they have nothing else. They have literally nothing else. And these FOIAs are exposing Gypsy in a way that Gypsy cannot have. And they're going to educate the public. So, you know, it's going to get worse before it gets better. But it is going to get better. Oh, we will always support the troops here. Always. So, okay. I'm going to read this article from Vanity Fair in 2019. Hang on a second. Let me put. Okay. And that'll take care. You know, keep track of the chat if I need to hear anything or see anything. Okay.
Got you.
Yeah, because you know. Yeah, Wimberly, the FOIA is wild. I'm just telling y'all right now that are watching, because I know you're watching, because you watch. I've got 500 people every night watching me, even though I got under 20 in here. Any of you try to come in here and start anything because you see Wimberly's here, or Hannah's here, or anybody's in here that you think you can start shit, rethink it.
Oh, nobody's starting nothing.
Yeah, rethink
I'm quick with that block.
Okay? Anyone in my live is protected. Period. No discussion. Okay, so we're getting back to Gypsy discussion. That's okay. Like I said, you're welcome here anytime. You know, we won't continue the drama. We won't continue. I mean, if you need to explain something or address something, you know, for the legal record, that's fine. You know? Okay. If anybody wants up or whatever, B can let you up. She's got full mod access. All right, so this is an article from 2019. Basically, it was when the act came out. Okay. Author Andrea Dunlop, we all know who she is. She's the one that Gypsy just did the recent podcast with. Knows firsthand how devastating Munchausen syndrome by proxy can be. Her now 9-year-old nephew, the son of her sister, who spent her own teenage years enduring multiple knee and back surgeries and once shaved her head to make it seem like her hair was falling out, spent years suffering from a series of medical ailments. Dunlop later learned that her sister suffered from Munchausen syndrome and then MBP. People with Munchausen feign illness, physical or mental, sometimes by intentionally harming themselves. Those with Munchausen syndrome by proxy pretend another person is sick, often physically inducing illness in them using a variety of methods. So it's been surprising for the writer to watch as storylines involving this once little discussed disorder have proliferated across films and TV. For years, just a handful of pop culture products involving MBP, often as an ancillary side plot. Remember the sick girl in The Sixth Sense. But over the past 12 months, MBP has been at the center of two buzzy shows, HBO's Sharp Objects and Hoodoo's The Act. It plays a vital role in one of this weekend's major film releases as well. But as often happens when Hollywood tries to tackle mental illness, Dunlop said in an interview, those projects largely missed the mark. I think that there is this appetite for really complex, dark female roles, and this idea of exploring some of these about mother-daughter relationships, Dunlop said. MBP, a disorder most often found in mothers, seems like the perfect vessel for those stories, yet that drive has also led to a spate of TV shows and movies that portray MBP as a complicating character trait rather than the lethal disorder it really is. Now, my personal experience and what has been incredibly isolating about being a person that's had this happen in my own family is for a long time, nobody wanted to even talk about this or think about it, said Dunlop. MBP is something that's very, very hard for people to wrap their heads around. The disorder can go undiagnosed for years, in part because MBP sufferers are typically skilled at hiding it. For a long time, Dunlop herself tried to avoid thinking about her sister's disorder due to the trauma it caused her family, until she decided to write a novel, the July release We Came Here to Forget, based in part on her own experience with her sister. That lived experience taught Dunlop what really drives MBP patients to sicken their own loved ones, a motivation that she says both Sharp Objects and The Act got wrong. In HBO's series, Patricia Clarkson's Adora seems obsessed with controlling her daughters by sickening them. She doesn't make her daughters' physical ailments visible to the public, cooping them up inside the house and plying them with various concoctions from clinking glass bottles. In The Act, Patricia Arquette's Dee Dee keeps her daughter Gypsy Rose sick in order to scam money away from well-meaning neighbors and nonprofits, as well as out of genuine but misguided belief that her daughter really needs a battery of treatments. These shows made it about control and infantilizing your children, Dunlop said. But in reality, MBP patients are more likely to sicken others for another reason: the emotional feedback of getting attention and pity and adulation for having a sick child. The Act's MBP mom seemed particularly off to Dunlop, both too innocent and too obviously strange not to raise red flags among her doctors and neighbors. They cast Dee Dee in that show as being seemingly confused about what's happening, and it's just not as deliberate as Munchausen by proxy is by necessity, Dunlop said. People with Munchausen by proxy have to convince a lot of really smart people that they know what they're talking about, and so I found her portrayal of Dee Dee as this sort of aw shucks, southern strange, outwardly creepy person. I didn't find that credible. See, so she didn't even buy that Dee Dee, or she didn't like Patricia Arquette's portrayal of Dee Dee. In real life, those with MBP excel at projecting an outwardly well-adjusted facade. Mothers with Munchausen by proxy, the reason they're able to scam all these people is because they seem incredibly normal. And I think actually that is so much more terrifying than the skulking villain of a Southern Gothic that you could see from a mile away, a trope present in The Act and Sharp Objects, and to some extent, spoiler alert, the new theatrical release Ma. I've never seen Ma yet, but I have it on DVD. It is true that the overwhelming majority of diagnosed MBP cases involve female patients, specifically white women with some medical knowledge or background, usually mothers, according to Dunlop. In her view, this is exactly the type of person society doesn't want to believe could be a criminal, which might be why stories like The Act and Sharp Objects seem to be grasping for another way to explain why their mothers act the way they do. Dunlop encountered people who embodied this reaction in real life as well. People, when confronted with her sister's case, were reluctant to admit a condition such as MBP even existed. I just think that the concept of a mother torturing methodically, I think they spelled that wrong. I think that's supposed to be medically, but it's methodically. Torturing their children over decades because they want attention is so horrific, so hard for people to wrap their heads around, that I think they try and find these other reasons where they can still have the mother be ultimately loving, Dunlop said. Pop culture's MBP storylines tend to misrepresent the ways in which MBP patients interact with doctors. In Sharp Objects, Dunlop pointed out, a nurse acted as a whistleblower and got fired for her trouble, making it seem as though the hospital was conspiring with Adora. That twist also makes it sound like one nurse suspecting she had Munchausen by proxy would have made a difference, which I can tell you from experience it would not. See, Dunlop tried to build herself up as this expert on Munchausen using her sister's case, and her sister didn't have it. Okay? The Act, meanwhile, did not spend much screen time following Dee Dee to the doctor, and the character was never particularly convincing when telling medical professionals that her daughter needed more treatment. That said, the show did feature doctors who had suspicions, but didn't get very far in stopping Dee Dee, which is very true to life. Dunlop said even if Gypsy Rose Blanchard's small pile of medical records also looked puny to her, the medical paperwork for this would have filled a room, Dunlop said, no question. Overall, Dunlop said what these sorts of projects fail to fully capture is how fruitless and complicated intervention can be, even when credible parties suspect something's amiss. The system's really not set up for it. It just doesn't even know how to deal with these people. There's a simple explanation for why we may be seeing more of these stories in film and TV. There's currently a healthy appetite for more nuanced roles for women, stoked by series like HBO's Big Little Lies, which explores taboos surrounding womanhood and family, albeit not MBP. These are not documentaries, they're dramas, designed to entertain, not necessarily inform. Still, as Dunlop pointed out, the misperceptions surrounding this particular disorder can have real consequences. One thing that comes up a lot when people are talking about Munchausen by proxy is saying that it's rare, but we don't actually know because people are almost never diagnosed. There are also plenty of ways in which these storylines stoke old stereotypes, contributing to the misperception of these women as hypochondriacal or overly protective. It really hurts the chances of us moving in a direction where people can help the children. But with any luck, these shows have at least created awareness that MBP exists. Even if they didn't get every detail right, perhaps they'll inspire future explorations as well. Now, see what this is? This was 2019. This was when, when Nick was being sentenced. Nick's trial was 3 days in 2018. Then he was sentenced in beginning of 2019. Then that Dakota John infiltration thing, the group where Don Boker wrote to him, that started in June of 2019, or was it April? April 2019, because they were trying to affect his appeal. His first appeal was coming up. They put that into motion as soon as the day he received his sentence. His first appeal started being filed. So that's 2019. A lot of shit went on in 2019, and they had the Facebook groups that were active. Gypsy breaks up with Fancy and goes to Natasha Cooper and asks her to start to put the shit in the Facebook groups that they had. Don Boker has the by proxy group that's supposed to be supportive of Nick, that Nick's father's in. That later on, Nick finds out that they're actually working against him. And he confronts Dawn about that. But still is very forgiving of Dawn. I'll do a live where I read those messages and stuff. That's going to take a couple hours, though, to get through. But anyway, my point is, all this shit was going on in 2019. Here's this Andrea Dunlop building herself up. Vanity Fair's big. Vanity Fair is fucking big time, guys. Vanity Fair has done Contact for years on the Kennedys. Vanity Fair is well known for its journalism coverage. So this was a big coup. This isn't New York Post. This isn't a tabloid. This isn't the National Enquirer. This is Vanity Fair. And so this Andrea Dunlop is building herself up as this expert on Munchausen's, basing that on her sister's case. Well, her sister didn't have Munchausen's, and it was investigated, and her sister now has her children. So she's specifically mentioning the Gypsy case in here. Now, all of a sudden, how many years later, Gypsy's on a podcast with Andrea Dunlop. Gypsy lied about her mother. Her mother didn't have Munchausen's. But in 2019, they could do this because we didn't have the evidence. Okay? Anybody else find that interesting? I found that real interesting when I found it. I'll put the link over in my I'll put it in the FOIA files group because that's the one I'm building most of all. So, anybody have any questions, or could they hear it correctly? Did they miss anything? They want me to cover anything else? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I found a article that an NPR network station did, and that was when she was introducing her podcast. Basically, it's from 2022, and it kind of
Andrea,
goes.
when Andrea was
Yes,
introducing. Okay.
yes, and it goes into how she then went into working with Dr. Feldman, and that she is part now of the committee for let me bring it up. And she's still to this day a part of it, which I think is ridiculous. She is with Dr. Mark Feldman.
I found it.
You got it?
Yeah, got it.
The American Professional Society of Abuse of Children. And they have a Munchausen by proxy committee. And this girl is part of it. Yes, that's exactly it. Yes.
Yeah. It's at the KUOW site, NPR Network. So a new podcast uncovers the hidden realities of Munchausen by proxy. I'm going to look up these authors too, and maybe approach them and say, hey, you wrote this, especially the Vanity Fair.
I wrote to this one today.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and, okay, everybody see that so you guys can look it up, and I'll go ahead and read that one too. So, that was 2022. Okay. That was before Gypsy was released. Gypsy was released in December of 2023. So that's interesting. I'll have to go back go ahead.
Just to keep in mind too, this is a woman who started out as a publicist for Doubleday, Random House. Okay, she started out as a publicist there. Then she got into public relations for people who wrote cookbooks.
Okay.
Now she is a social media consultant. So tell me that this woman doesn't know how to polish a turd and present it to the public like it's something.
Right. Yeah. Hello, bitch. Apparently, yes. Apparently this, Andrea started her, yes, Karma Caller, that is Andrea Dunlop. The article that I was reading just before this, and I'll link both of these to the FOIA group on Facebook. The article I was reading before was from 2019 from Vanity Fair, and it was about Andrea explaining basically her past history, claiming that her sister had Munchausen, and saying that the Hulu, the ACT, and Sharp Objects didn't get it right. She basically, in 2019, this Andrea Dunlop used her sister's case, the allegations that her sister had Munchausen, which turns out she did not. There was an investigation. This sister has her kids. Her kids are fine. The brother-in-law came out and has posted since the podcast with Gypsy Rose that it's all a lie. Andrea Dunlop's an agitator. It's all bullshit. And, remember when they aired the podcast and then Andrea stopped her comments or whatever, and she made that real arrogant, I'm not going to tolerate anybody invalidating Gypsy's thing. Well, of course you're not.
Yeah, she wouldn't want to be invalidated.
Yeah, you built your shit up on a lie, just like Gypsy built her shit up on a lie. And you just never expected anybody to dig into your background? Wow. You know, so that, I wonder if there was connection between Melissa Moore and Andrea Dunlop when Melissa Moore was in prison doing the books and everything. Because back when, as soon as Gypsy got into prison, they started this PR campaign building it around her. They threw money at her. Everybody threw money at her. All right, put it in the trust funds. They started the Facebook groups. They started the Reddit groups and, posts. And one of the things they were doing is Gypsy was sending these mass emails out to everybody, all her supporters and everything, because she wanted to get pardoned and she wanted to get early parole. They had her writing they put the governor and the senator's phone numbers and addresses, and they tried to get all of her followers and supporters to write to the governor and write to the senators. Okay. So, yeah, I'm real curious now. When I found that, the first thing that I thought of is, were they all working together back in 2019? Because back when they were all building the publicity thing for Gypsy, nobody was going after Nick's story. None of them were interviewing Nick. Okay? It was all about Gypsy and the Munchausen defense. They had to shore this up. They had to get this so embedded in the media, okay, so that the public did not question it. And the reason that Gypsy has gone after Nick so hard these last few years is because they did not expect anybody to go after these FOIAs. And if Into the Weeds and all those other women that have gone after these FOIAs, if they didn't do that, we wouldn't have this right now. The public would still be ignorant of what was really going on. And, Gypsy would be able to keep selling her story. Gypsy knew that once Nick's appeals were gone, he could dump all this into the public arena. She knew that. So for the past few years, back 3 years ago, I started seeing it over on Reddit, where they said Nick had murderous ideation. And that's what Gypsy tried to put into the Wikipedia, as Nick's motive. That he had murderous ideation and she wanted to escape her mom. All right, we know that's bullshit. Murderous ideation is where you'll go over and you'll see a comment that says, Nick would have done this without Gypsy. He was just sitting there waiting. He always wanted to schmill someone, okay? So, she had to make Nick the demon. That's why she posted on the day she was paroled. She didn't post her baby. She didn't post her new wonderful life with the baby daddy. She posted those messages from Dawn to Nick. Well, she didn't post Dawn's side. She just posts Nick. And she wrote that he was still disturbed and that he was doing this with a whole bunch of other women. But there's no evidence that he was writing any kind of violent, aggressive messages to anyone. And there's no really real evidence that those messages, those aggressive messages, are from him to Dawn. And they never got him to say that he had multiple characters that went with all of her characters. That's what they needed to do. Okay, hang on a second. So, I'm going to read. My phone keeps going to sleep. All right. I'm going to read this from 2022. Thank you, B, for bringing it to my attention. This is from, and NPR is like Vanity Fair. Actually, NPR is more reputable than Vanity Fair. It's very reputable site. So I'm real curious about this. This is when Andrea Dunlop started her podcast. Now, remember that Andrea Dunlop's reputation as an expert on Munchausen is tarnished because she used her sister's alleged case, and her sister never had it. Okay, new podcast uncovers the hidden realities of Munchausen by proxy. Seattle-based author Andrea Dunlop created a podcast that caught our ear recently. Nobody Should Believe Me explores the psychological condition Munchausen by proxy. Dunlop talked to KUOW's Kim Malcolm about her journey surrounding this little understood syndrome. It says this interview has been edited for clarity. Kim Malcolm, we're not going to be able to get close to the full scope of what you present in your series, but let me start by asking you to define Munchausen syndrome. Munchausen syndrome is the more commonly known name for the clinical diagnosis of factitious disorder, which is when someone exaggerates events, induces illnesses in themselves for the express purpose of sympathy and attention. Okay, you dive deeper than that. You look at Munchausen by proxy. How is that different from the larger syndrome? Munchausen by proxy is a term for two separate things. One is an underlying psychiatric condition called factitious disorder imposed on another. The other is the act of medical child abuse. That is when a parent or caregiver exaggerates events, induces illness in a child, again with that same intrinsic motivation of attention and sympathy. This is where Becca states, if it's for financial gain, it's malingering. If it's for attention, it's Munchausen by proxy. What does it look like, Munchausen by proxy? It can really encompass a pretty broad range. We see a lot of premature births, feeding issues that come after that. We see a lot of breathing issues. Seizures are another thing that comes up. Often seizures that no one else sees except for the caregiver who is reporting it. So really anything that would be primarily based on a caregiver's report to a doctor. Now, who does that sound like? That sounds like Gypsy's whole fabricated story, where they've said Dee Dee did all of those things. Just the seizure. They were saying nobody saw her have a seizure. That was ChatGPT. They said nobody saw, that was all just Dee Dee saying she had a seizure. Well, no, Gypsy said she had a seizure. All right, it is really an alarming condition to consider. How did you come to create this series and host the show? I have personal history with the topic. My sister has been investigated for medical child abuse twice. She has never been charged with a crime. I want to be sure to mention that. That first investigation happened 12 years ago, so we have a long history with it. I wrote a novel called We Came Here to Forget that came out in 2019. Munchausen by proxy was a topic in that novel. When I was doing press for that book, I met an amazing expert called Dr. Mark Feldman. He's someone we interview on the podcast. He introduced me to an incredible group of experts that's part of the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children. They have a Munchausen by proxy committee. I met with them and I'm now a member of that committee. They're really doing incredible work on the topic. As I was hearing all of these incredible, fascinating, and harrowing stories about these other Munchausen by proxy cases, and really having in-depth conversations with these experts, and really wanting to find a way to make their work more accessible to the public, I just thought this would be a perfect podcast. That was 2 years ago. Part of what you explore in the series is the question of how common or how rare these cases are, which I know is part of a longer story, but what did you find in your exploration? One of the biggest takeaways for me from doing the podcast was really the discovery that none of the experts we talk to think that this abuse is rare. They think it's very rare that it's caught, and even more rare that there is a successful criminal conviction. But in terms of actual abuse happening, all the experts I talked to were unanimous that they do not think that it's rare. They think it's on par with other rates of child abuse. That was a huge revelation for me. It does leave me wondering, what happens to these children? How do we hear from them? I've talked to a number of adult survivors. The reality is I don't think I've talked to a single survivor who was permanently separated from their abuser, and in most cases they weren't separated from them at all. They usually have recollections of some rumblings with family court at some point, or in one case that I know of, criminal investigation, but by and large, victims end up being raised by their perpetrators because, again, convictions in these cases are rare. That's another real focus that I wanted to have in the show going forward, that survivors right now are isolated. Everyone I've ever talked to who is involved with these cases, whether it's a family member or survivor, feels like they're the only person on earth this happened to, That's something I'm going to remedy by bringing some of this to light. You seem to be underlining that the systems that we have in place to detect and prevent this kind of abuse, self-abuse and child abuse, are not up to the job. Is that your understanding of the situation right now? Yes. And again, that is what is from talking to these experts who have worked on dozens of cases over decades. I think the understanding of this issue is minimal in the public sphere and in all of the systems like Child Protective Services, like family court, where these cases often end up either at the same time there's a criminal investigation or in lieu of criminal investigation, like police departments, really all of the systems that we have in place to protect children from abuse. Those folks, by and large, do not receive any training on abuse. They don't often even have a passing knowledge of what Munchausen by proxy is. They're not able to differentiate. One really common misconception is that this is some sort of exotic psychological disorder and we need to have psychologists come in and diagnose, like with a mental illness. While there is an underlying mental illness that causes people to do this, to abuse their children in this way, child abuse itself is a crime. For something like that, you need evidence. It needs to be going through the criminal courts. So I think there's just so much confusion on what it is. If it's a mental illness, does that mean that someone is not culpable for the crime? And the answer is, I should say no. It's not something that makes people delusional or criminally insane. I think upping that knowledge for anybody who interacts with kids is crucial because most of us interact with kids on some level. For someone listening and maybe a bell is ringing for them about something they're seeing in their family or someone close to them, what good place to start for resources on this issue? I would send people to munchausensupport.com. That is a resource website of Dr. Mark Feldman, and I put together with our APSAC colleagues that has resources for both professionals who work with kids and family members and survivors. That's also a great place to get in touch with us if you need help. So here you go. And there's an audio version of that too, that if you go to that site, you can listen to it. I am really getting the gut feeling that Andrea Dunlop has been in connection with Gypsy Rose since 2019.
Yeah.
Because here's what that art is. Well, it's rarely diagnosed. So, these people slip through the cracks.
The narrative is too on par.
Exactly. Now, when you see that, so basically Andrea Dunlop, her sister has her children. There was an investigation. She was never charged. But basically, Andrea Dunlop is still accusing her sister of this.
Well, what happened was the first time the mother made the accusations, and then the second time around, the father did. Then they cut off all communications. They were cleared, and it's never happened again. And they've had more children. And they have all custody of all their children. So how did she magically
and I'm sure once
just
I'm sure
herself?
I'm sure that they have opened themselves up to CPS, whatever. Once these allegations have been made, I'm sure that Andrea Dunlop's sister and the brother-in-law have said, "Come on in, come on, check us out every damn day."
Yeah.
But yet she still built this persona online as this expert on Munchausen. And then she connects with Gypsy Rose Blanchard, who's a notorious liar, who all of this evidence is coming out that proves beyond any shadow of any doubt that Dee Dee did not control Gypsy the way Gypsy claims, because Gypsy's naked in the living room showing Nick her tight little holes. Where's hovering Dee Dee? Where's Dee Dee, who doesn't let her have access to a computer or a phone? Where is she? Because, there is evidence. Aaliyah testified that Dee Dee she saw Dee Dee destroy her computer. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to go back to that interview because I don't know if Aaliyah said she witnessed it or if Gypsy told her that her mother destroyed her computer. See? Because if Gypsy told her, Gypsy was lying to Aaliyah, lied about her age, lied about Nick, lied about the 2011 incident. Now, after the 2011 incident, where Gypsy literally pew-pews her mom, okay? If Dee Dee was going to take away the phone and the computer, that would have been when I'd do it. And she would have never let her have another computer. That she did not have, that Dee Dee did not sleep next to her with. You know? No, Bethy. Okay, yeah, I believe there's one truth she said. When she said that her mother's last words were, Gypsy, don't hurt me. I believe that. I believe when she says in Mommy, Dead and Dearest that this is the first time she's been honest, except with her attorneys, and I haven't even been honest with them. I believe that. I believe
Now,
she
one
lied
more
to her
thing
attorneys.
on this Andrea Dunlop to just kind of, again, these are the people that Gypsy surrounds herself with because these are the people she needs to support her narrative. Her last book that she wrote was in February of 2025. It was called The Mother Next Door: Medicine, Deception, and Munchausen by Proxy. And she wrote this book with retired detective Mark Weber from Fort Worth. Now, you will see conflicting things about him because the county he works for has an exorbitant amount of people being tried and accused of Munchausen by proxy. He takes the credit for it, going because we are so far ahead in research, we are so far ahead in but when people look into it, there is a huge overreach, and people who are innocent are being accused and being put through the ringer for no reason. Not just the parents, but they're putting the children through it as well. So these are the kind of people that support this narrative.
It's Mike Weber Consulting, Detective
Mike
Michael
Weber,
Weber.
yes, excuse me.
Yeah. A retired Torrance County detective investigated parents. You know what this is beginning to sound like? To me, the Satanic Panic in the 80s.
It's, yes. There was a huge boost in interest, and it became something that almost like it went viral to talk about it. And then everyone's got it, and it's everywhere. And no, it's so far against nature to do things like this. It is rare for a lot of reasons. And to come in and now go, oh, well, it's just as common as any other form of child abuse. Yeah. No, it's not.
So, hi, Chaos. Tonight we were reading articles about that Andrea Dunlop. I had one from and I'll put, you know what I'll do is over on the FOIA group on Facebook, I will make an Andrea Dunlop dedicated thread, and I'll put all of these over there.
Yeah, I got a couple links. I've got a couple good links on her that I found while I was kind of digging after I read that Vanity Fair that I can send you to.
Yeah, all of this is going to be over in the database, but I've been pretty much concentrating on the FOIA files account since this is named that, and I want to kind of direct everybody over to where I'm putting up the different FOIA information. But you guys can surf around and explore all the different groups. Hi, Just Jack. We're talking about Andrea Dunlop tonight because we came across an article from 2019 in Vanity Fair where they were talking about Hulu's The Act and how media covers Munchausen by proxy, and Andrea Dunlop was putting herself up as a, like professional expert on it, and then she was just creating her podcast that Gypsy just guested on. And I'm going down the rabbit hole of trying to find out if all of this was going on in 2019 when they had the PR basically campaign behind Gypsy. They were building this social media up on the outside while she was in prison. You know, Christy was doing that. They had all the Facebook groups. I'm gonna find out when Rachel started that TikTok account for her. What year that was. Yeah, because it was started before she got out of prison. And that's interesting too, because in the podcast, Andrea talks about that, and she says to Gypsy, "Well, you didn't expect this. It's not your fault that you've got 9 million followers because you had no idea. You didn't expect this." Yes, she did. They were building it up since she went into prison. They started building this up in 2016. So yeah, the Facebook groups, that's what they were. The Facebook groups was go over the prison emails. Gypsy is thanking her supporters. They were cultivating all these supporters back in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. She got out in 23.
She was in prison building a fan club.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she was doing.
She had people sending her money. She had all kind of men sending her money. She had that woman sending her $50 a month that called her goddess.
Shenna.
Probably Shenna. Hey, I'll believe that until it's proved otherwise. Prove that wasn't you, Shenna. Yes, Bethy, that was the woman. She was. I'll have to go. I know she said. I knew she had grandkids. Because at one point, there's one weekend or whatever that she doesn't write, and Gypsy's pissed, and Gypsy actually messages her and says, "Where is my, whatever she calls her, where's my submissive or slave or whatever?" And you can't just stop writing to me, like she did with Nick. Get back here, I'm going to tear you a new one. Gypsy, when she's not getting what she wants, and then she stops with the woman because, the woman finds out or whatever she's still engaged. And, Gypsy's like, well, yeah. Gypsy acts like, well, why do you write to me? Do you have nefarious motives or whatever? Basically, she's insinuating. Gypsy's just manipulating. That's all she does. Yeah. But anyway, the articles that I just read, they sound very much like basically these two. Andrea Dunlop, if she wasn't in contact with Gypsy, she was in contact with Melissa Moore or whoever else was building up the story that they were going to continue. Because Melissa Moore already planned it. They planned for Fancy and Dawn to go up on Dr. Oz and discuss the Nick emails and that he was disturbed. Okay, that was scheduled, but it never happened. Then, Melissa Moore already had the plan to go right into the books and to go right into the Lifetime series. They had interviews with Gypsy and Melissa Moore and Gypsy and Ryan. So this was
I think Gypsy and Andrea both have said that they were in contact multiple times over the years. Now, I took that to mean since she got out of prison. But now, who knows?
But see, I'm curious, didn't, because after Gypsy was on the podcast, this brother-in-law has come out and commented. You know
Well,
that
no,
that
now that's been found out that that comment was actually done when she wrote the book.
Oh, so it is an older comment.
It is an
Okay.
older comment, yes, and
Because that's what I was wondering. Did they ever challenge Andrea in public on these websites? You
well,
know?
there was an article that I read today, and they had reached out to her sister. Her sister's name is Megan Carter, and they reached out to her for comment, and all she said was, the case is closed. I've never been charged. That was it. But the husband is the one, it sounds like, that is like, hey, lay off my wife. I see what you're
Right.
doing. You're trying to make a quick buck and push your book deals. Knock it off.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is the. But here's what I find amusing. Everything Gypsy tries is just blowing up in her face. Nothing's working. That's why she shaved her head, because she's acting out. She's spiraling. She's affected by all of this, and she's taking that out on her head. She actually literally says that on camera. When I'm stressed out, I hack up my hair. When Ken left me, I took clippers, little nail clippers to it. I think she rips her hair out of her head. I think she's got bald spots. All right, that's all I had kind of planned for the night, unless you have anything else you found that you want read, or websites that you want them directed at. If anybody wants to come up and discuss for another hour and a half, I'm going to cut this at midnight. You're welcome up.
That's pretty much what I got. That Andrea Dunlop does speaking engagements as well. There is a website called AEE where you can book her to speak.
Right.
And that kind of does an overview about her past and like what she's a quote unquote professional in, and being an expert in mental health or Munchausen by proxy ain't one of them.
Okay. Bethy's dad's coming home. That's awesome. You can come up if you want.
She might be at the hospital right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You want to come up?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I am wonderful. It's like somebody took 1,000-pound weight off of me.
I'm
Yeah.
so glad. I'm so happy for you. Yay.
Thank you. You know, it's crazy. I call him, every morning and check, what are your numbers? Because this has been a platelet issue. And they've been giving him this medicine, and like his platelets will come up to, like 4,000. We get all hopeful, and then the next day they drop to 2. And like, so he's been playing this little game, and because he's a fall risk right now, because if he bleeds, he'll just bleed out.
Right.
So he needed to have his platelets at 10,000 to go home. And today he is at 30. He doubled from yesterday. He
Wow.
doubled. And they were not expecting that, like that big of a climb. So he is good to go. They are booting him out tomorrow. It'll be 25 days.
Oh, wow. Yay. Even
Yes,
sooner than you expected. That's awesome.
Yes, it is a little bit sooner than we expected because, you try and keep your expectations, not
Realistic.
crazy high.
Yeah.
Yes, realistic. Thank you. Thank you. I've like lost all sense of day and night. I feel hungover.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're being pulled in a million directions, but that's
Yeah.
so
It's
good.
exhausting, you know. But
It can be, and I work overnight, so that's why I'm always able to catch you on, at night because I'm usually up.
oh, okay.
And yeah, I've been sleeping just on and off. Whenever I fall asleep, I'm trying not to fight it, like your body needs what it needs kind of thing.
Hmm.
But the feeling of relief is amazing. And thank you, ladies, so much for being here and, listening to me. And it means a whole lot.
Of course, no
Well,
problem.
that's what we want this to be. We want this to be a sisterhood. We want this to be women supporting women, really truly supporting women, you know?
Yeah.
I want to because when I was raising my son and he was on the spectrum, I had no women. I had no so that I don't get along well with women. Women don't like me, tend to not like me. So, well, people tend to not like me. So, and
I
I
feel
understand that.
that. I feel that. I've had more genuine friendships with men than I've had with women, at
Hmm.
least the ones that lasted over time. It seems like the women that I've let in my life, I don't see red flags a whole lot, and I've never seen them with men that I married or
Hmm.
spent time with. And I think, women have a way of, picking at those emotional weaknesses that they can
Yes.
see in you. And I had no idea that my best friend helping me leave my ex boyfriend was really because she wanted him. It was like
Oh
this
yeah.
master plan over a couple year
Yeah.
span, and I didn't see it. I mean, it was
Hmm.
good for me to be rid of both of them at that point. They showed me who they really were. But yeah, women, it's hard to gain that, and I think it's safe here in a way because you can develop it more slowly. You're not physically, together, and you're getting to know each other more. I
Hmm.
think on a deeper level, in a way. I don't know. When I first came into your lives, I think it was Plum and or B that you were talking to one night, and everybody got broke down in tears, and it made me feel like this is where I need to be. If that kind of makes sense, it felt
Hmm.
at that point very welcoming and very safe.
Well, because I want to build something one that's productive and effective and educational because all my life I've been about educating. I believe with all my heart that if you teach a child to read, you give them wings to fly. There's nothing that they can't, conquer if they
Absolutely.
have, the path to enlightenment. If they, I've always believed that. And so I've never censored my sons on their reading because I grew up censored and I wasn't going to do that. But I believe so. I want to come from that kind of an educational standpoint, but I also don't want to be like I'm teaching you shit. Class, sit down. I don't want to be like that. I want to build something beyond Gypsy because you know I want to build something real because we spent so much time at this point on social media, at least 2 years now, so steeped in the ugliness that is Gypsy, and she's very ugly. What she did is ugly. The lying about Dee Dee is ugly. It's like
Her
looking
face.
at yeah, yeah.
Agreed.
It's like looking
Mhm.
into the abyss of
Yeah.
evil, and that has an effect on all of us. You cannot do that. You cannot do this kind of thing and like research the Epstein stuff and not be changed by it.
No, not
When
unless you're
you
soulless.
no,
Right.
exactly. Exactly. And that's why I keep saying the thing with Gypsy that who she is. When that was happening to her mom and her mom was screaming her name. And we know that was happening because Nick has never lied. And Nick said she was screaming her gypsy for Gypsy. Gypsy was in the bathroom, whatever she was doing in there. Okay, shaving. Nick says shaving because that's what she told him she was doing, shaving herself for him. All right. So whatever, she was. That's who that person is, and then that person she still will call her mother a piece of shit mom and say it's Dee Dee that is manipulating everybody from beyond the grave. It's just, she is so evil. And when we look at her every day and we see that demon come out, you know, it affects us. It affects every single one of us.
Absolutely. I mean, that woman literally wiped your ass for what, 24
Yes.
years, and she wiped your ass when you could wipe your own. You know, I mean, not that that is the sentiment, but that's basically how she treated her just in general. You know, like you're here to wipe my ass, and I do whatever the hell else it is that I want to do. Never mind the love and care that you gave me. A single mother is a hard job. Two parents with a disabled job is a hard job. A single mother with a disabled child deserves all the credit in the world and a whole lot of leniency for maybe a couple of things that she didn't do quite so right. And everything that that woman did was clearly for the benefit of her daughter. She may have thought that she was going to die in 3 months. You know, I mean, you have no idea what fears were in her head, and every single day just building and building. And, you know, like you were talking about, you want the best for your son, and, you know, you believe that children should learn and read. That girl knew her age. She knew her age. What, she put up 1 or 2 fingers on her birthday? She knew her
Yes.
age. Kids that know how to count to 5, they're at least going to know that they're 5, and by then they know how to count to 20. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so bothering. I love my parents so much and would do anything for them. And it hits really, really hard. It just, and so many people she's offended. And yeah, I'm
Yeah, on
so
so many
behind
levels,
everything
so
you
many,
do.
yeah, so many communities, you know, that she's faked being a part of. You know, that's why I said I want to
Yeah,
build something over here that goes beyond gyps. Now, you know, the database, yeah, I'm going to keep building that so that the public can come to it as they come to it. And, you know, I'm going to make sure that she can't come back to social media the way she was using it before, and she stays away. I'm going to make sure that anywhere she goes, like she goes on this Andrea Dunlap, any podcast she goes, that she has to answer the tough questions. That someone's going to be in that chat or in the comment section of anywhere she tries to continue to spill out her bullshit. I'm going to make sure that there's someone there that challenges her. She has not been challenged for 10 years. She was able to control the narrative. I'm going to make sure that that's not the case from here on in. Anywhere she goes on the internet, she's going to be challenged.
Yeah, and anybody who hosts her, gives her a platform, they need to know they're going to be put through the ringer.
You know, this is no different than we did with Charles Manson. Charles Manson was the other thing that the Kennedy assassination and the Manson case are the 2 things I have studied the most my whole life, and the rise of the Christian right and political shit. But the you know, Manson had fan clubs. The girls, the Manson women, they did not go to prison. They were outside here building up websites for him when the internet came about. You know, they rock stars and stuff wore him on T-shirts. You know, we had people that would go onto the internet and correct the story of Manson because it was a high profile case. It was, you know, massively known. This is no different. You know, this case, the Gypsy case, changed the way people think about Munchausen. You know, I'm surprised there wasn't like a thing with like satanic panic with Munchausen people. In fact, I'm gonna go look into that and see if there were like more after she got arrested and after she got the plea deal and all the media was covering it, if there was a rise in accusations of this.
I want to look into that issues around surrounding Fort Worth, and I can't remember the name of the county now. But yeah, I'm curious how many places are like that and think they are now, law enforcement is now somehow an expert on Munchausen by proxy.
It would be interesting to follow up on those cases and see how many were false allegations or, you know.
Yeah.
But even if they, okay, like, all right, Andrea Dunlop's sister, there was an investigation. She was cleared. Not in the public eye because Andrea Dunlop is still making the accusations about her sister.
She's still carrying it out like she's guilty of this. She did this, and she.
Yeah. You know, it's like Andrea gets to say, never mind, ignore the investigation. Never mind that.
Yeah,
I'm still
they
gonna make,
did it
you know,
wrong so many times.
Yeah.
And yeah. You know what? Shut up.
Yeah, and the public is a
Right.
big audience, and even if she gets a small percent of it, small percentage of it, it could still be a great number of people that are being falsely
Mm-hmm.
influenced. And if they haven't
Yeah,
done any
and
research, or if they haven't heard, then they
Yeah.
just don't know.
I
that
don't think I
podcast
don't
was
think, you know,
named, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, let me see where I can find it. That podcast, when it came out, was on listed in Apple Podcast as new and noteworthy pick for the Dark collection. So it was pushed even by Apple. And then she was also that committee, it's the American Professional Society of Abuse of Children's Munchausen by Proxy Committee. She's won several awards from them. And they've pushed her books and given access to her books. Now, these Munchausen books, they're listed as nonfiction, but those are the only nonfiction books that she's written. And she's written several books.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I'll betcha, because she's written novels, you know, with
Yeah. Mhm.
Munchausen is a theme in there. I'll bet you she was trying to get one of her novels made into a movie because that Sharp Objects, HBO and Netflix and Hulu, they were doing, in Lifetime, they were doing that back at you know, they were making all of these women's novels into series. That's what, you know, Sharp Object. The other Big Little Lies, that was one. Something with fire in the title. That, you know, they were all these women centric stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll betcha, and I'll betcha Melissa Moore had something to do with that. You know, as far as, you know, offering like to produce a movie or whatever of their book.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt
You know,
it because she. Okay, Andrea is the author of 5 novels, including "Losing the Light" from 2016. "She Regrets Nothing" 2018. "We Came Here to Forget," that's the Munchausen one, 2019. "Women Are the Fiercest Creatures" 2023. "The Mother Next Door: Medicine, Deception, and Munchausen by Proxy."
Yeah, I'm gonna check into her novels. I'll try to get them. But you know, here's the what I need to do is go to all of these book sites and like Amazon. Back when Robert Morrow was using our groups and everything and padding the groups with the fake accounts, the other thing he would do is go to all of these Kennedy books on the Amazon. And they used to have a place where you could have group discussions about the books, but he would make fake, you know, reviews of
Yeah.
every book. And so what I have not done yet, which needs done, is like Gypsy's 2 books and now Andrea Dunlop's. We need to go and see if they were posting any fake reviews from fake accounts, to push their books up. And
Yeah,
see if any of those people that were reviewing Andrea Dunlop's book were also reviewing Gypsy's books.
true.
Because it's all a machine. It's a machine. And what they did, that Amazon really cracked down on that, because they were having so many fake reviews back in 2011 and everything. They were having so many fake reviews. And so they cracked down on it, and you had to have a verified purchase.
Mm.
So, and there's also Goodreads,
Yes, and
where they
she
would
had
post. Yeah.
pretty high reviews in Goodreads. Because I was gonna
Yeah.
check I was like, well, she probably used who she worked for, which was Doubleday Random House, but none of them are. They're very small publishers.
Right. And how you find those fake reviews, by the way, is you go, and if one looks suspicious, you copy and paste the review, and then you go take it over to Google and just paste it into Google and see if anybody is using that same verbiage, that same, because what they do is they don't write fresh reviews if it's going to be a fake review. They just copy and paste the same review on multiple sites.
Right.
So that's how you can find the fakes. And then you can trace the screen name of whoever made that review, and you can see, oh, okay, well, she's also over here on this site propping up Gypsy or propping up Andrea or propping up Melissa Moore and her books about her dad. There will be a trail from Gypsy to all of these fake accounts that have been trolling for her. There will be a trail. It's just a matter of taking the time to find it. And that's what Gypsy never thought. Gypsy thought nobody would care enough. Gypsy thought that, okay, there was a risk of Nick releasing this material. As soon as his appeals were over, there was a risk of Nick releasing it. She never thought just regular people out here would come over to TikTok and YouTube and, put requests in for the FOIAs. And now that they have, she can't spin it. She cannot spin this.
No, she was, there was no way she could get ahead of it. Once it was done, it was done. It was a bomb drop.
And she started to realize that when the prison emails were released. And, she came back a little bit, but she didn't come back the way she had been for a year. For almost 2 years, she was over doing those makeup ones, trying to get a sponsor, trying to be a mommy vlogger. And, she would still be doing that. If this didn't have any effect, if she didn't give a shit about any of this, she would be doing those bathroom videos. And she would leave her chat open so that she could get gifts. But she can't do that now. She went from making thousands of dollars on her lives to $50. You think she's happy with that? Do you think no. The whole thing, TikTok thing, was supposed to be her moneymaker. Now, she would still want to make the money, but more now it's about keeping that public opinion, keeping the public fooled into thinking that her narrative is accurate and true. Because once the public is gone, she's done. Nobody's going to talk about her. And if they do talk about her, it's not going to be in any way that that is beneficial to her. Yeah, part of her narcissistic side will feed off the negative attention. So she will get something from it, but she will not be able to continue the way she needs to and the way she wants to. She will not be able to continue online the way they planned for her to do for 10 years. From 2016 on, they started building this for when she got out of prison. This is what they were going to do online after she got out. She can't do that anymore. So it's an entire waste of time. From 2016 to 2023, entire waste of time. Because everyone who had her on, The View is going to have to do something about these FOIAs. Because on every single one of these podcasts or interviews, or, whether it was a written article from People magazine, whether it was a video, whatever, 60 minutes, 48 hours, whatever she was on, The View, when she was on The View, the various podcasts, okay, she continued to demonize her mom. She continued to make legal statements that her mother did this, and this. Let's take the movie theater. Gypsy, or Dee Dee controlled Gypsy all the time. Never let her out of her sight. Right? All right, so then how was Gypsy able to wheel the wheelchair to the bathroom to sleep with Nick and pull him in? And why'd she go to the men's room? Why would you, no fear of getting caught? Why would Gypsy go to the men's room? Those public bathrooms usually don't lock. So she drags him into the men's room. They screw on the floor of the men's room. Where's Dee Dee? If Gypsy was supposed to be paralyzed, who was going to put Gypsy on the toilet? Why would Dee Dee have let her go by herself? How was Gypsy going to go to the bathroom by herself? And Dee Dee knew that they were faking it. So Dee Dee knew that, the con was Gypsy's paralyzed. That was part of the con. So would Dee Dee not have said, hey, the guys at the popcorn machine, would they not have asked, where's your mom? How are you going to go to the bathroom by yourself? See, her story falls apart when you look at the details of her lies. Every single thing she says falls apart. After 2011, when she pew-pews her mom. The story of Dee Dee taking her from Dan's house, locking her in the shed. There was no lock on the shed. David Blanchard said that in his interview. When he was walking around the house, he opened the shed, called it her playroom, opened it up. There was no lock on the door. So, computer destroyed. Okay. What's the computer that you were using 24/7? Because here's your login. From 2012 when you met Nick till 2015 when you killed your mom, there's every login you ever did. Every hour of every day. Every minute of every day. So where did your mother not let you use a computer or a phone? And that we have to keep remembering, had Gypsy gone on the stand, and as her defense, they used this Munchausen bullshit, the prosecutor would have used every single bit of this to impeach her on the stand and prove that the Munchausen defense wasn't real. So from 2016, from the moment that prosecutor, because what that prosecutor was doing When he said she has lived a life in prison with her mom, he was lying to the public. He was lying to them because she didn't live in a prison with her mom. Next live, I did a chat GTP today, asked about the plea deal, all kind of stuff about the plea deal, and it spit out something about um, Missouri law, and as far as the person who did the actual murder gets a bigger charge, or what would get a bigger charge in that state. Because I literally asked ChatGTP, would it make a difference if Gypsy actually did the deed? And said yes, it would. And it told me the evidence that we would need to make that, a legal thing. So I'll read that next live because it's a long one. All right. Anything else? It's 11 o'clock. I got another hour. So started this talking about Hannah's live because I thought that was really effective and really productive because it wasn't like attacking anybody, but it was holding people accountable for what they're doing. And my whole question with that is, why are any of them doing any of this? Right, but Blue, what the legal, you would need specific legal evidence, not just, suspicion of it, whatever. It would need to have even, like if Nick came out and said, she did it, she helped or whatever, they would still consider, the court can consider that, well, after the fact. He's saying this after the fact to get a better sentence or whatever, to help himself. So they would need actual forensic evidence that, which would be like, examination of the wounds to see if two different hands did it, two different pressure, Nick was bigger and stronger than Gypsy. So the depth of the wounds. It would need a coroner's, report. And that didn't happen. There wasn't further investigation of it when she was offered the plea deal. Now we can discuss that endlessly 10 years later, but this is 10 years later. She had up on her shoulder there was splatter. That's what I've always been, and I can't find anything in the documents. Like when, afterwards, did Nick change clothes at the house, or did he leave the house with the same thing that he did the murder? Because they have pictures of his shirt and everything in the evidence, but like, why isn't there, blood all over the cab? And that's another thing too. When she got into the cab, she had a wig on. I don't think she had that shirt on when she got in the cab. I'll have to go and read those affidavits again. And we know she took a change of clothes because she's in different clothes at the bus station where they have the video of her. She's in different clothes. He said that, Blue? I'll have to find that because I could have sworn she had. That is ridiculous that she did not change clothes for 5 days. See, because that's the thing. Yeah, I'll have to go back and find that too, but because that's the thing. If any of them, if either of them thought they had blood on their clothes, why would they have not removed, destroyed the clothes, destroyed everything that tied them to that murder? She told him they were going to sink the knife. Then they didn't. Where was she planning on sinking the knife? In some kind of lake, whatever. So where was she going to do that? You know how she says she's a planner. All right. So you planned this for 3 years, at least 2. You planned this. You actually said to Nick, "Hey, I'm on Facebook. We need to talk about our plan." You're planning this. You planned. There's a video of you saying, "I've got the knife. I didn't get the taser, so you can punish me for that," or whatever. They're planning this on Facebook. She stole the weapon. She had the gloves. Told him not to wear the gloves. He said, "I'm going to wear the gloves anyway." She's going to pre-cut the duct tape. So why did she not sink the knife like she said she was going to? Who came up with the brilliant plan to mail the knife? Well, I don't think mailing the knife across state lines would net her much of a sentence. I don't understand why she wasn't charged with all of the rest of those. Soliciting, asking for it, facilitating, giving him the money to get to her. Because had she not done that, Nick could not have ever come. He'd never been out of the state. He had no money. In fact, he even says to her, "It's going to have to wait because I don't have the money to get to you."
A lot of that stuff was in it. The police wanted her charged with that. That's why her bail stayed at the $1 million. They wanted
Yeah.
her charged with all that stuff, and she did whatever she did and got away with murder.
Those investigators were pissed. That's the very first Becca Scoop video talks about that, when the investigation was stopped, because they were doing an investigation into the fraud. That's why they subpoenaed and all the search warrant and searched all that stuff. So if I just heard that someone, Shanna Bree, someone is saying that they have some sort of thing that's that's kind of a diary of Dee Dee's.
Bree has
Okay.
it.
Yeah. Okay, where is it? Remember when Bree said, "I have 60,000 medical documents." Okay, where are they? When she said,
I don't believe that. I don't think she's gonna see it.
Christy has the CD of all the evidence. She's got all the evidence. Okay, come on. If it exonerates Gypsy, give it to us. All right. Now you've got the prescription pad, which was talked about for how many years? All of a sudden pops up out of nowhere. Then when you're challenged on that and you're asked, "How come you didn't give that to Mike Stanfield?" Christy said, "Well, she did." And yeah, it is mentioned in the documentary. Mike and Christy are sitting there discussing the pantry, discussing the medications and all that, and they mention this prescription pad. So why was that prescription pad? If you are insinuating that Dee Dee was forging prescriptions, then that becomes that prescription pad's evidence. So why didn't you give it to the investigators that were investigating if Dee Dee was committing financial fraud? That's probably why Mike Stanfield has nothing to do with her anymore, because she threw him under the bus with the prescription pad incident. And Melissa Moore and the other co-author, she threw them under the bus when she says she's going to reprint her book because it's got inaccuracies in it. Threw them under the bus. So all of these people are going to have to address all of this evidence because the public's never seen it. And they're seeing it now. It's everywhere. It's available. So, every new video that Into the Weeds posts, somebody comes up and it's like, what the hell? And the comments and stuff online are, everything was a lie. Why didn't we know this in 2016? Why were we told that it was Munchausen's and that she was abused when she's obviously not abused? So that means everybody that ever posted that story, everybody that ever demonized Dee Dee with these allegations, they're going to have to address that, and including Mike Stanfield and Melissa Moore. They're going to, Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil, they're going to have to address this because it's new evidence. They're going to have to address it. I don't know when that will come, but I know if they want to hold public opinion, if they want to keep their integrity and their good publicity, they're going to have to address it and have an explanation for it. I think it's going to go worst on Dr. Phil because Dr. Phil built his entire reputation for years, for decades, on giving lie detector tests. Go ahead. Go ahead, B.
Oh, sorry, I was eating popcorn.
Okay, well, no, Dr. Phil has built his entire reputation on doing background checks. Remember, anytime he has anybody on, he likes to do the gotcha. Where he'll have the person tell their side of the story, and then he's like, well, here, look, gotcha. Here's evidence that you did say what you just said you didn't say. Giving lie detector tests. So you're not going to give a lie detector test to somebody who sits there and says, I'm a very good liar. My mom taught me how to lie with, no remorse, no conscience. I can lie. Why do we whip out the lie detector?
The coverage we really need is for Maury Povich, so you can do the lie detector, determine that was a lie, and then also a baby daddy test. So he could tell Ken you are not the father. And then she needs to go in front of Judge Judy for the ultimate showdown.
Ken, you are not the father because you don't even like her.
You don't like girls. So
I find this such a hard, well, he could be bi, but it's just that I have never, ever, 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 ever in anything seen any chemistry of that man towards that woman. Never.
He's mean to her.
Cruel. And he's downright cruel to her.
Sassy.
Like I said, I believe she had a baby, but I do not believe, because I just have a hard time believing that Lifetime would fake that for her, because they know the risk of that. They know the financial risk of that. If that came out and there was actual evidence that Lifetime faked that whole thing, then lots of entities can sue Lifetime. People Magazine, who posted all those pictures from Lifetime of her and Ken in the hospital with the baby, that came from that film still, of Lifetime filming her. So if they fake that, People Magazine could sue them. Any reputable news agency that printed the stuff from Lifetime that said she had a baby, they can sue Lifetime. Lifetime then would, Disney owns Lifetime. You think Disney's going to want that public backlash? Because there would be a public backlash. And the public is lied to like that. They're not going to, they wouldn't be able to just dance it off as, well, it was creative license because it's a drama. No, you were putting it as a reality show.
Yeah.
For people to, to believe in. You can't say, oh, we were just making it more dramatic, and so we changed the names to the innocent. No, it's not like a dramatization of a book or, a true crime case. It's not like that. This was a reality show based on this woman's life, and the public would be incensed. And the sponsors would all, here's what the public would do. They would boycott the sponsors of anything that did on Lifetime.
Yeah.
Once those sponsors are boycotted, then the corporation, Disney, the bigger, because that's their money. They pay, and that would be millions and millions of dollars in fines, FCC fines, and sponsor loss. You think they're going to do that? Throw that away for Gypsy Rose Blanchard? Gypsy's not even a money maker. Made no money. Especially the second season. Made no money.
Yeah, no, that ended up being a huge embarrassing failure.
No. And then she broke her NDA by contacting TMZ. So TMZ profited off of that, and Lifetime can sue her butt. Hi, Nest222. Don't recognize you, but welcome. All right, so anything else? I started this, if you came in late, talking about Hannah's live, because she had a Dreamer's daughter up there, and they were discussing, I don't really know what happened with her brother. Do you know, B, what went on with
I guess there was, her brother is a former service member who suffers with PTSD.
Okay.
And he did his own video on Facebook, and Madison took it off of Facebook and downloaded it and took it upon herself to put it over here. And it wasn't flattering. It wasn't, anything that should have been shared to the Gypsy community, because you know how brutal they are. And Madison did that just to get back at Dreamer and pretty much say ugly stuff about Dreamer's son. And Dreamer's son, he had the same past as Wimberly. They were not raised by Dreamer. They were raised by the grandparents. They grew up. They have respectable careers with the military. The guy's got problems. He served in, I can't remember, I think Iraq. I'm not sure. But Madison pretty much, and a bunch of them went after him, saying that he was like a child killer.
What?
Yeah. Because he went to war. And
oh my God.
Yeah, they were pretty brutal about it.
Oh my God.
But, and Madison came up and she apologized, and Wimberly was great. She's like, I accept your apology, everything, but Madison is still not accepting responsibility for it and is unwilling to, until Wimberly dragged it out of her, going, you did that just to get at Linda Dreamer. You did that just to get at Linda, and my brother and I have been collateral damage. And she pretty much wouldn't admit it.
Yeah, see, I came in later. I thought they just doxed him.
No,
I didn't know that happened. See, that's the
yeah.
thing. What are you women doing going over on our personal Facebook
And
and
how,
getting
just
anything?
why go, what makes you think that way? You know what? Scratch that. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what makes you think that way and makes you go there and makes you think that it's okay to do things like that to even any of them. Why would you want to put yourself in that position to look like a person that would go there and do that? And
Mm-hmm.
it's just disgusting. It's disgusting
And
all the way
I
around.
don't get the point. I just, how do you even know these people's
To piss off
names?
Dreamer. It's
You
to
know,
piss off Dreamer, but in the meantime, you're hurting everybody else. And what's the point? What is the point? Because Dreamer said something about you. Who cares? She's nuts. She's out of her damn mind. She's a bad mother.
mm-hmm.
She's reaping what she's sown for all these years. Who cares what she says? Who cares? Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you got to sink to that level as a human being and go, well, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah,
Okay.
you got her,
And
you got the kids, you got probably grandkids involved that are now hurt too. Like, just leave people alone.
mm-hmm. And let me just throw this out here. How do any of you ever? How did you ever learn who Dreamer Craft Corner was? The only reason any of you know who she is because 2 years ago, Sir Morbid started attacking her and egging her on and getting her to react the way she does. That's the only reason any of you know who these people are. So when it comes out that Morbid has been working with someone, Christy Blanchard, and that's how he's getting all of his inside dirt, when that comes out, I want all of you to come back over here and just look at me smile. Because 2 years ago, I was posting that. 2 years ago. Everybody will show themselves. Okay? This is a true crime community to discuss the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard. And then on a broader scale, her daughter, Gypsy, who murdered her. So we should be discussing the evidence of that case that the public has never seen until now. All right? That's what we should be discussing. Every live about Gypsy Rose, like, okay, I call this the Gypsy Rose FOIA files. If I'm not discussing the FOIA files or things related to that, you know, I better change the name. Yes, Blue, a lot of things have been coming out about Morbid now. I
Yeah.
don't usually like to mention his name, but I have to in this case because this is where it all started. Go back and just catch his episodes that he was doing. He would do like 4-hour lives where it was all this attacking Dreamer. Okay? Just recently, Ashley Baby addressed what he did to Audrey, and so yeah, this is my point is it's real suspicious that like 3 people had a fake account that they tried to use and claim that it was Dreamer, you know, to set her up with about these baby pictures and stuff. And it just shows that this has been going on for a long, long time, where they have been basically using Dreamer against herself, using her to, you know, basically create drama. Well, Blue, I believe that a lot of the stuff that went over on Morbid's channel was all staged. It was manufactured. A lot of the fighting that went on between different content creators was staged. They're not really fighting. It is a way of controlling the narrative. And then over here on TikTok, it was all the women fighting with each other. And, women can get vicious with each other. Look at this recent where this guy, this legacy guy, has come in. And they've all kind of gone after him. And not only are anti-gypsy people going after him, but Shenna is going after him. So now they have a mutual enemy to go after. So that's a reason for Shenna and all of them to be over on the anti-gypsy panels, because they're all going after Legacy. They've got a shared enemy. Well, not really. Okay? Not really. Okay, what girl are we talking about?
Oh,
Okay, so
Donna.
it's kind of like Gyps. 92, both girls got out. I'll have to look for that. There's, Gypsy's not unique. There's a lot of young women who have killed their moms.
And use boys to do it.
Mm-hmm. What in particular do you want about Morbid?
Jess Coast just did one on the recent incident with Morbid when he did his comeback and went after Becca and Audrey. And she's on YT. And her name is
Ashley
Jess
Baby.
Coast.
Yeah, I know Ashley Baby just addressed it. Oh, his connection to Christy? Okay, Shenna just did a live where she said that Morbid's always been working with Christy.
Yes, he did. He was gone for a while from TikTok and he came back. It was supposed to be a huge comeback for him, and he decided to take it too far. He went after Becca and he went after Audrey for speaking with Perez, and it backfired big time, the way he spoke to them and the way that he talked down to them, just belittled them. It was bad.
But see, that my background is identifying political operations, political agitators, all right, where they stage and manufacture drama and shit. I'll go into that over on my JFK Annie account, because I can explain to you how during COVID, when they did the anti-mask protests, all right, that was all staged. That was Proud Boys. All right, they were funded to do that, to come to different states and run these anti-mask protests. I can show you what they did here in Ohio with our doctor, Dr. Action. She was going around Ohio, basically instructing all of these restaurants and different things. Like, okay, when COVID happened, we locked down for a time, and then when we opened up and were able to get out of our houses, like, you couldn't go. If you went to a fast food restaurant, that has the pop dispensers, they were not allowed to use the pop dispensers because that spread disease. We couldn't have anything that other people touched. So the doctor of our state went to all, they made basically an outline for these restaurants to follow. And so when we were locked down, all of these people from other states, including Proud Boys, flooded our state, and they staged all of these protests. And one of them, they drove around, they came in on motorcycles with pew-pews strapped to their back, and they drove around the neighborhood where Dr. Action lived. and her kids were trapped in the house. They couldn't leave the house. They threatened her. She got death threats. All right? Now, that's my background. I identify political agitators, political provocateurs. The same thing that those people do, I saw Morbid doing 2 years ago. I saw him cultivating all of these people up, all of these creators up that were doing gypsy content. And first he'd act like they were part of his team. They were all a community, right? Then he would systematically tear each and every one of them down and discredit them. Then the gay rumors start. Ken jumps up on his panel. Ken's mother jumps up on his panel. Please. Give me a break. All right. In March, when Gypsy leaves Ryan, 2 days after she leaves Ryan, she goes and files for legal separation. She insinuates that she's scared of Ryan because she has the restraining order. But it wasn't a domestic restraining order. It was a financial restraining order that both parties had to have. That's customary. You have to sign a restraining order so neither party can drain the marital assets. All right? But Gypsy had her supporters go into the Reddit site and say, oh, she's scared of him. She was hiding in the bathroom because he's bigger than her and they had a fight. And then the very next day, Ryan's lawyer got involved and she retracted it. All right? So all of these people started jumping up, April 2nd, Gypsy and Ken go on Natasha Cooper's live. And they're sitting on the bed. And they're like, we're just friends. We're not having any kind of sex. She's not pregnant. And she's on birth control. And that was Natasha Cooper, who was also working with Gypsy in 2019 when this Andrea Dunlop was starting her Munchausen shit, when Melissa Moore was running the PR for Gypsy in prison, when they were building all of this outside of prison for her. All right? So then Sir Morbid and Natasha Cooper and Case Studies get the video from Christy Blanchard's phone, where they are going to Ryan's house with the police to get the tub of photographs, to get her stuff. Okay? Think that's a coincidence? Coincidink? Do you really? What is Christy Blanchard doing giving these people anything? Let alone videos off her phone, pictures of the baby. What the hell? And then we're supposed to all sit out here and go, there's no connection whatsoever between these content creators and Christy, who speaks for Gypsy, who back in 2016 was doing all the speaking for Gypsy because Gypsy's sitting in jail. It was Christy Blanchard who went and started this Munchausen defense, started lying about Dee Dee. And now it's still Christy Blanchard who is feeding these content creators that became big 2 years ago. Who do you think gave Nina her information? Who do you think gave it to her? Who do you think gave Nina her information? It has to be someone close to the family. How was she getting all of these inside information?
Same way TMZ did. Christy.
Right. So, to sit out here and go, do you have proof? Do you have evidence? Not right now. But I have enough awareness of these kinds of things. I have common sense.
Yeah.
Here's what I know. Sir Morbid did 4-hour lives. What did he ever teach you about this case? Did he ever go over the evidence? Ever? Once? What have you learned from 2 years of him doing content on Gypsy? What did you learn? Hmm? Tell me. Just tell me. Share that with me. Did he ever direct you to where you can find something in the evidence? Did he ever direct you to where you can download this evidence? Did he simplify this and put it on a place online where you can go get it? Did he? No. It was all this drama for 2 years, this drama and this fighting and this discrediting of all the content creators.
Oh, who is this now?
I know. Anytime I talk about morbid, I get this.
15 followers.
Uh-huh. Anytime I talk about this and I point out that I was commenting on this 2 years ago, I get this. Okay. Well, you know, it's fine that you don't watch him now, and I'm not telling anybody to not watch anything. I'm just telling you, be aware of who you're watching and what they're feeding you. Just be aware of that. Because it's all been a distraction. Every single bit of it has been a distraction from the evidence. And if this is really a true crime community, you know, you want to call yourself that. Yes, Blue, I do believe that Christy, not bring her down in a way, but put her in a box. Christy always knew that Gypsy was going to get out of prison. After she took that plea deal, Gypsy was going to get out of prison. Christy knows that Gypsy hates her because Christy stole her dad all her life. Christy knows that Gypsy hates Mia because Mia had her dad all her life. Gypsy didn't. That's why Gypsy sent Dan Gladwell's Facebook account to 10-year-old Mia in 2011. She either wanted Mia to see something or she was doing something that would compromise Mia. There's no reason for Gypsy to send the man who she's doing BDSM roleplay games with to her 10-year-old sister, who she's not even supposed to have any contact with, according to them. Because Dee Dee's keeping you from them. Keeping Gypsy from Rod and all of them. And why is Christy lying about that now? Why is Christy trying to say that the 2011 incident was actually the 2014 incident where Gypsy posted that Rod was a sperm donor? No, the 2011 incident was something to do with naked pictures, something to do with Dan Gladwell's account, something to do with them finding out she was doing this fetish crap on Facebook.
Yeah, my cat's going crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, Donna, I don't think that Gypsy had anything to do with that little girl, but I do believe she used it like to her advantage because she claimed that they were supposed to have a play date. You know? But that's why back when I read about this in 2015 and 2016 and when Mommy, Dad, and Dearest came out, it's like right away I knew that the BDSM shit is going to play a big part in exposing her. So that's what I concentrated on as far as trying to find out more information about it. Because I always knew that proves if Gypsy's doing this kind of shit, that proves she had agency. She had sexual agency. She had control over her body, her choices, and everything. The fetish play completely dismantles the Munchausen defense. Completely. And would have been used if she'd gone to court. You think that prosecutor would not have been able to prove that Dee Dee did not have Munchausen's? Yeah, he could have. You know, I'd have to do more digging into that case, Donna. I'm not as well versed in it, so I wouldn't want to speak out of turn. As far as I think, as far as the dark shit that Gypsy was doing, like with these that dark fetish community attached to VisionCon, I believe they all knew each other. And just from David Blanchard's interview, the way he's talking, the way he gets nervous at different times, the way he's trying to distance himself and put attention on other things, there was a community, an underground community linked to VisionCon that was doing all this. Now, everybody attached to VisionCon was not involved in the fetish community, but a lot of them were. Dan Glidewell was. All right? So Dan Glidewell didn't just bump into Gypsy at VisionCon and then mysteriously, conveniently find her secret account on Facebook and then enter into a casual online relationship where they just happen to use these characters and do power dynamics. No, it doesn't work that way. You don't just magically find someone, okay? So, I believe there was a blackmail operation going on. And Gypsy was being used in that blackmail operation. And she was playing the little girl character. Because she didn't create that little girl character for Nick and his little boy like she said on the stand. Because Nick didn't have a little boy. He didn't have a name. She didn't have a name for the little boy. So she was using those characters before Nick. And I believe that she was using the shed to play act those characters online with men. And then they would threaten, oh, hey, pay me money or I'm going to send this to your job, your boss, your wife, your church. Because they would have known everything about those men, They were threatening people. It was a whole game. It was a whole thing where they were making money. Hi, Peggy. Now, can I prove that completely? Not yet. Give me time. So much shit is going to come out in these Facebook messages. So much shit's going to come out that everybody's going to be shocked. I'm not. I don't, I know she was messing in some dark shit. I've always known she was messing in some dark shit. And when you're that far, you're that deep in it, and you're in online communities, you're hidden, you hide each other, you protect each other. Yes, Bethy, these men would have a lot to lose. Just, even, I've always suspected that it was the Squadron guys, because she would have had, like, their information or been given that information. And, they don't, because they were approached to be interviewed, and they won't talk. They never talked because they said they were all traumatized by this, and they want to move on. So I've always believed that some of it was the Squadron guys. And that when they got the pictures and stuff, they would have told their wives, they would have told David Blanchard or the heads of VisionCon. They would have told, because Gypsy was connected to VisionCon through the squadron. She was like their mascot. They made her the costume. Gave her the honorary title. So those men would not have risked their livelihoods and their marriages and their families. They would have showed their wife. They would have said, hey, I got this. I got this. I didn't ask her for it. I didn't solicit it. I got this in my email or on my phone or in my Facebook, wherever she was sending it. We don't know. We know she had the Facebook accounts where she posted the pictures. So maybe she was sending it to their Facebook account. Who knows? Maybe she was messaging them. Who knows? All right. If she was doing it on Facebook, then those men would have had to fear that their families and their friends and their contacts would see it somehow. So they would have gone to whoever was heading up VisionCon and they would have said, I got this. But at that time, they assumed that Gypsy was 13 years old and she was mentally slow, because that's what Gypsy was pretending to be. 13 years old and mentally slow. We know she was pretending to be mentally slow because in 2009, when she was pretending to be 13, CPS came to the house because that doctor thought she was a kidnapped child. The mother's a poor historian. That was that doctor in 2009 that they're using now to claim that Dee Dee had Munchausen. Well, CPS comes to the house. Dee Dee shows that she's 18, and Gypsy is taken into another room. Gypsy pretends to be mentally slow because that's listed in the report that she's mentally slow. So those men at VisionCon would have believed the same thing that CPS believed. Only they also thought she was 13. Because in David Blanchard's interview that we just read the other night, David still asks, is she younger? Is she older than she's pretending to be? He's claiming that he does not know how old she is. So how is that when he knew about the Dan Gladwell incident in 2011, where Gypsy is supposed to be 15 years old? And he calls Dan Gladwell a PDF file because Gypsy's supposed to be 15. So when he found out about the Dan Gladwell incident, why did he not call the police on Dan? Why did Dan not say, she's not 15, I'm not a PDF file, she's 20. She's 19, almost 20. She's older than she's claiming to be. And by the way, David, she can walk. Because she walked into the hospital. She walked into my house. She walked into my bed. She showed me the binder with her real age. Dee Dee came and got her. She brought me money. She brought me prescriptions. Dee Dee came and got her. She left with Dee Dee. Why did Dan Gladwell not defend himself? To the point where when David is being interviewed with the police, legal statement with the police, he calls Dan Gladwell a PDF file. Why did he not report that to VisionCon? Did they just ban him from VisionCon? Why didn't they report it to the police? Gypsy's not, if they believe Gypsy was 15 years old, a child, but also mentally challenged and medically incapable of defending herself, supposed to be paralyzed, why did David Blanchard not report that to the police? So tell me nobody knew. Tell me they didn't know. Ask the questions a detective would ask. All right? And then ask, okay, that's why these investigators were pissed when she got the plea deal, because they were probably investigating VisionCon and everything she was doing there. But
yeah, they knew
the
there was more to that.
Yeah. After the plea deal, their hands were tied. It was stopped.
It was dropped.
Hmm. That's why there needs to be digging into if Mike Stanfield and that prosecutor have any connection at all to VisionCon. Because stopping that investigation would have protected a lot of people, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But nobody wants to talk. And that's why Gypsy and Christy and all of them have never talked about VisionCon and Dan Glidewell. And when they did start talking about Dan Glidewell back in like 2024, when people found the Dan Glidewell, because a lot of people found that site in England called the Murder of Dee Dee Blanchard, UK. A lot of people found that, started talking about Dan Glidewell. Well, the fat mugshot with the long hair, that Dan. Picture of him started floating around. Dee Dee and Gypsy never said, that's not Dan. They let everybody believe that was Dan. Until Anxious Ant came out and showed the real Dan. Yes, the fraud is separate from the murder, but what back in 2016, had they not given Gypsy that plea deal, the fraud would have gone towards motive for Gypsy. Because they had separate motives. Nick had motive because Nick's motive was he wanted to be with Gypsy. And he's never changed his story on that. And there's all kind of evidence that shows that was his motive. He said Dee Dee was nice to him when they met. Okay? He had no reason. And he was always trying to talk Gypsy into just running away. Always. Until the day it happened. He wanted her to run away. All right? Gypsy had additional motive. Gypsy had her mother and her were committing a decade of fraud. If that was found out, Gypsy would have gone to jail for 10 years. All right? Her mother would have gone to jail and gotten medical care. Dee Dee was sick for a long time. She didn't want to take care of Dee Dee. She didn't want to do a damn thing. Had they had to get had they had to have a nurse come in and take care of Dee Dee, she couldn't have kept up the ruse. That nurse would have found out that Gypsy was faking it. All right, everything was crashing down. And so Gypsy had additional motive beyond Nick just wanting to be with Gypsy. And Gypsy would have had additional charges. Soliciting, asking him to do it, giving him the money, that's facilitating, providing the weapon. That's a whole... If you give somebody a pew-pew and they use that to kill someone, you're charged. You are charged. So, it's just... this has always been so obvious to me, not confusing in any way, shape, or form. I just don't. Other than, like I said, and this is clearing it up, reading this 2019 article where really a lot of shit wasn't known about Munchausen. It was, I remember back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, I think Elizabeth Montgomery there was a really well-known case about this woman that was poisoning her husband's and her daughter. It wasn't a Munchausen case, but it was similar. And there were a couple other, like Lifetime always did a couple, Munchausen type stories. So we've known about Munchausen for a long time. But, it wasn't like this. Nobody had taken it to the extent that Gypsy took it. And once they did the original lie, they were boxed in. She was given the plea deal based on this. that prosecutor, keep going back to that. The prosecutor said, I'm giving her the plea deal because she's lived a life in prison with her mom. Okay, well, what does that mean? How? How was her life with her mother a prison? Well, Gypsy, Dee Dee was medically abusing her, making her have the surgeries that she didn't need, forcing her to stay in the wheelchair, not letting her, keeping her isolated, not letting her meet people, talk to people. She had no outlet. Well, none of that is true. They were literally local celebrities. They went on speaking engagements all over the place, given, special things at VisionCon. The mascot, that costume was thousands of dollars they made for her.
They paid for the hotel.
Yeah, always.
Mm-hmm.
The charities and stuff. It's just nothing. If Dee Dee was abusing her, none of that shit would have happened. If she had no ability to call 911, call the neighbor, call her father, call Christy. The first time that Dee Dee hit her with a hanger, why didn't she call someone? Show the bruise. My mother's hitting me. Show me one example of where Gypsy was afraid of her mom. One example. When a child is being abused to the extent that they claim she was, there is signs on that child. There is a look on that child of sadness, of apprehension, of fear. You're not going to be able to hide that, especially a young child. That child will flinch when they're around people. When they're around the person who's abusing them, they'll flinch. They will show a physical sign. Every picture of Gypsy as a young girl, smiling, acting, spoiled. Every picture, video of Gypsy from 14 when they moved until the day of the murder, smiling, interacting, engaging. Yes, Bethy, she could have left at any time. After 2011, when she literally pew-pewed her mom, chased her down the hall with a dagger, and then screamed at her in the bathroom. That's her own testimony, guys. Any time after that, she was not afraid of her mother. And she could have walked out that door. There is no reason, no excuse, nothing that justifies the murder of Dee Dee. Nothing. Hey, Rachel. So, I am befuddled at how it's gone this far, with nobody just systematically tearing her bullshit apart. Because it's not hard.
Yeah. Why did it take so long to be so obvious to so many?
Because the media was invested. And now this shows that the media was complicit, especially Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz, because they should have known better. They should have done their homework. And did they have access to this, like Aaron Lee Carr did? Did they have access to any of this evidence? Did they? If we learn eventually from any of this that they did, they are really going to have to address that. So, all right, it's almost midnight. I'm going to cut this at midnight so that I can download it. Okay, so we went over if you're just getting here, we went over these two articles One that we found from 2019. The other one was, I think, was it 2022, 21? Anyway, they were about Andrea Dunlop, and that's the woman that Gypsy did the podcast with recently. Yeah, we were talking about this old article that I found where Andrea Dunlop was building herself up and her podcast up back in 2019 as this expert on Munchausen, because she was using her sister's case, because they made allegations that her sister was abusing her children and had Munchausen, but her sister didn't. It's all a lie. And her sister still has her kids, and there was an investigation. She was never charged. Well, Andrea Dunlop has, yes, Andrea Dunlop has basically built her whole podcast and stuff on being this Munchausen expert. And she's not. It's all bullshit. Okay. Hello.
Hi guys.
Hello.
How is everybody tonight?
Okay.
I'm
Like I said,
fine.
we were talking about Hannah. Hannah did a live that had Dreamer's daughter, so we were talking about that at the beginning, and then and Hannah sent me the link, so I'm going to try to upload it, and then but it was a 5-hour live, so yeah. And then we were talking about Andrea Dunlop.
Oh, she's a joke. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's a fraud.
She is a total fraud. And to turn on a family member like that, come on.
Mm-hmm.
If my brother called me and said, "Hey, I gotta hide a body," yeah, I'm not turning him in. I'm helping him,
Yeah, I would have done anything for my brother.
Exactly. Like, who
Mm-hmm.
flips on their sibling like that, and all based off of accusations that were proven not to be true?
Mm-hmm.
She's a joke.
And not only that, but run with it. For 2019, she was Vanity Fair wrote this article about, and interviewed her.
Yeah.
And they were comparing it to, they were bringing up Sharp Objects. It's a HBO series, and Hulu, The Act.
Yeah.
And so, we're trying to figure out, basically, has Andrea Dunlop, Melissa Moore, and Gypsy all been in contact since 2019? When they were building the books, right? The whole PR campaign.
Yeah.
That was in 2019, with Melissa Moore interviewing her for the. They were plotting all of this for years.
Oh yeah. For sure.
Just throwing money at her. So I don't think it's a coincidence that Andrea Dunlop was comparing like her podcast and her expertise on Munchausen to Hulu's The Act, and they were saying that the act isn't accurate. It's whatever, sensationalized or whatever. Andrea didn't like the way that Dee Dee was portrayed in The Act, because she was not like as calculating as she should have been.
Wow.
They kind of portrayed her foolish,
Yeah.
and I'll link the article over to the FOIA account on Facebook, the FOIA group.
Well,
But yeah, it was just really interesting, and I think all of this has been plotted and
for a long time.
sit back since then.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah. Like Barbara, Barbara from Straight Outta Context.
Yes, love her. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. I do too. She's right. The Gypsy Rose agenda. She's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrea being a Munchausen or Munchausen by proxy expert is laughable, because we have a whole group, we have a whole family. Like, I have never fit in anywhere I'm gonna get emotional here. Don't get emotional, Rachel. Uh, I've never fit in anywhere, but I like this is my community. You know, you guys are my community. And anyway, I would say that we are more experts than Andrea Dunlop is
Yeah.
when it comes to Munchausen by proxy, for sure.
Because we choose to look at facts. She won't even. She said, "I'm not looking at that." She's no different than that Celine Beth was.
It's
I'm not. I'm not going to do that. Gypsy says this, so that's what it is.
right.
No.
Gospel. Ugh.
Well, that right as soon as they put the podcast up, then she was getting all those comments, and she closed the comments. And Andrea said, she wrote that whole big thing. Well, I'm not going to tolerate any invalidating of
Oh my
her
God.
story and all that. Because Andrea knows she's full of shit. She knows she lied about her own sister. And she built this whole thing up around her lie. And so did Gypsy. Gypsy built the whole thing up lying about her mom.
And
so they're two peas in a pod.
Exactly. And I have to wonder, like, we don't know, like, how Andrea and her sister were growing up, right? But I have to wonder if she truly believes that her sister is guilty, or if she's just using this for a money grab.
I think it's a grift. I do.
I think it's a total
At this
money
point,
grab.
I think okay, because here's the thing: there was investigation.
Yeah.
So why is she still running with this when there was an official investigation? Her sister was cleared. Why does she not just accept the evidence?
I don't
Is
know.
she trying to say, well, the investigators, they don't know shit, I know more?
You know what? I understand. Like, I don't have much trust in the justice system and investigators and stuff like that. Not all of not everybody's bad, but like here's an example, and it's probably not a popular one, but the Idaho 4. I have read through all the pages, I've watched all the videos, and it seems like Brian Kohlberger he's a patsy.
Well, see, I'm not well versed. I've seen a couple of the documentaries. I'm not well versed in that at all.
Oh my God. Oh girl.
So there's a lot of things in it, like the girl that survived.
Like, the two girls,
yeah. I don't understand, like, why didn't he, and one person doing all that, and especially the men that were there, did they not fight back? I mean,
exactly.
There's a lot of things that pique my interest and all that, but did he accepted a plea, right?
He did, and that's what, like, there's a group of us, just like there's a group of us for the Gypsy Rose thing. There's a big group of us. They call us pro burgers.
Yeah.
And we're investigating everything, and there's no evidence besides touch DNA. And with touch DNA, I could shake your hand, and then you can go touch a knife, and now my DNA is on that knife. So that's what they're basing it off of. And it's not strong evidence. A lot of courtrooms don't allow touch DNA, or it's trace DNA, touch DNA, same thing. They don't allow that. in the courtroom. So
Mhm.
it's
Well,
it's wild.
I followed the Chris Watts case, and there were people that believed he was innocent. There's people that have defended Manson. There's people that have defended Ted Bundy.
Yeah,
You know, uh, bottom line, we are not professional investigators.
true.
We're online sleuths. We're online sleuths.
Yeah.
Um, and the thing, why are you so invested or interested? You see, because I'm invested in this case for
Yeah.
personal reasons. The autism angle,
Hmm.
the trauma survivor angle. Those are the two things that keep me involved in this case.
Okay.
What makes you invested in that case?
Well, there's a lot. I wish I could send this audio to you. Um, Maybe I'll message you and get your email,
Mhm.
so I can send this audio to you.
It's
But
jfkannie@gmail.com, all small letters, jfkannie@gmail.com.
oh, that's easy.
Yeah, it's easy enough to remember.
Totally easy.
Yeah.
um, uh, Autism, because Brian is autistic,
Okay.
and a lot of people said, "Well, look at him. He's sitting there. He's not showing emotion. He does. He doesn't know how. You know what I mean? Like, I'm autistic. I'm high functioning autistic, and I understand that not being able to show emotion. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And just the justice system. Just, I mean, it's failing. It's failing a lot of people. You know,
Yeah.
and then I was always back and forth about it. At first, I'm like, one person did this. No, one person did not do this alone. And
Mhm.
then the crime scene photos coming out and the evidence, there's no cross contamination. That means that there was more than one knife used. And oh gosh, the crime scene photos are just, and then also Xana fought. Xana fought like hard,
Yeah.
and he didn't have a scratch on him. Not a scratch. It's just
What were they
something.
saying? What were they saying the motive was?
Stalking, and it's been proven that he never stalked them. He didn't even know these people. That's it
So
was.
why did he accept the plea?
I think I think that there were threats made to his family. I truly believe that there were threats made to his family, because whoever did this, if they're ballsy enough to take out four, I call them kids. I'm 37 years old. They were 20, 21. Those are kids, man,
Mm.
And I mean, whoever was brazen and ballsy enough to take their lives, and for what reason? There had to have been a reason. And the audio that I heard a guy scream, "I thought we were brothers, man. We were supposed to be brothers. I thought we were brothers." And oh gosh, there a lot went on. It was like the house was taken over between um, somewhere around 2 o'clock to like 3 o'clock, and all you hear blood curdling screams. And then one thing that I have learned is when a crime happens and they have the press conferences, and what they say in the beginning is usually the truth, because you know how they have press conferences and they have many more after them, and facts change. I think that what is always said in the beginning is more of the truth. Like they said that this happened at 3 o'clock, and well, it looks like it did happen closer to 3 o'clock. So yeah, I don't know, I'm just invested in it because a potentially innocent man could be behind bars, you know what I mean? For life. And that's
Did you watch, a few years back, that Stephen Avery case, the Making of a Murderer on Netflix?
Yeah.
I
Did you
didn't
watch
watch
that?
it. Well, maybe I did
Okay,
watch it.
because it came out. There was two parts to it, but it came out later that I mean, there was a whole book on, like, the guys in prison with him,
Yeah.
and different stuff that said he did do it. Kill that woman. He was innocent of the rape that he went to prison for and then was let out. But that so I don't know about that. But this true crime online. I've seen a resurgence since that.
Okay.
Since Making of the Murderer, it's just like every crime case, we get an online community that crops up around that crime case. And like
Right.
somebody down there mentioned the Delphi case. Yeah, I've been following that one because that guy confessed like multiple times to his wife in jail. Now you can say, was he coerced? He's got mental issues, and he confessed because it's a false. There are false confessions. People do it all the time. If they're under stress or whatever. Detectives can make you make a false confession because you're exhausted or whatever.
Right now, too, if y'all want to do something as far as proactively in the true crime community, it did come out that the stepmother of Gabriel Hernandez is looking to have herself resentenced. She doesn't feel she should be spending life in prison after she tortured that little boy and killed him. That is coming up on March 30th. I did repost it to where you can write letters to the judge, letters to the court as to why she should not be resentenced, and she is exactly where she belongs. She feels like her plea deal was not explained to her and that she doesn't deserve to be in prison forever.
That's something we can start doing alongside the gypsy stuff. We could, because a lot of people are asking the question now about the plea deal. Why, if they had this, why was she offered the plea deal? And people don't understand aspects of that. So I have another one tomorrow. I'll do the ChatGTP where specifically I asked about the plea deal and what difference would it be, like if it turns out that Gypsy did actually was involved with the actual deed, how that would change things. And but we can also start covering other cases like that and following up, like that uh, on updates on if someone's coming up for an appeal or if someone's trying to change their case and everything. We can update people on that, like who to write to if there are petitions out there related to these high profile cases. We can advertise those. I know you do. Okay, my cat wants her food. Get your butt out of my face, please. She goes up there and she literally sticks her butt in my face. Okay. Do you trust ChatGTP? Okay. Now, Whisper, I'm not going to say I trust ChatGTP because I understand what AI is. Here's what AI is. It's like a massive search engine that doesn't, like when you go on Google, Google's going to spit up certain things. It's not going to spit up deep web searches. All right, it's going to set up certain things that it links to. AI searches, you can tell AI to search multiple search engines. You can tell AI, go search on the deep web, go search. Like what it can't do is if something's behind a paywall, like all these news agencies now have their articles behind paywalls. So it can't access those, but it can access if it's still online, but maybe the link went dead or something. It can access deeper stuff that you can't find on your own. So all it's doing is sweeping the web. Think of it like a spider. All right, AI. You ask it a question, and it's going across the entire web and searching, and you can tell it to keep searching. You can do it for an hour. You can do it for all day. You can say, search some more. Go again. Go deeper. And it's a spider that's crawling all across the web to all of these websites and bringing you back information related to your question. Now, is it always accurate? No. Because like 6 months ago, when I was before these FOIAs came out, I was asking about the Gypsy Rose case, and it was spitting back the bullshit that the media has reported since 2016. It was that Dee Dee had Munchausen's, Gypsy was abused, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's not anymore. Go ask it about the FOIA files. Ask it, what are the FOIA files? It'll tell you. And then if you correct it, for instance, it was telling me, it keeps coming back. No, Gypsy lying proves that her credibility's not good, but it does not prove that Dee Dee didn't do the things she's accused of doing. It's still spitting back that there is legal evidence that Dee Dee abused her. So then I bring up the 2011 incident where she pew-pewed her mom. And it came back with, if that's true, yes, it changes everything. And then, so I said, it's true because Gypsy wrote about it in her own book, admits it in her book, My Time to Stand. And I gave the quotation of where she admits it, the page number and everything. So then it went out and then it came back as, okay, yes, that is evidently accurate. But see, ChatGPT has to remain neutral, and evidence-based and not feelings-based. Or ChatGPT, just like the court, doesn't care how you feel about Gypsy if you hate her. Doesn't care. You go into a divorce, the court does not care what you and your husband fight about all your marriage. They don't care about the drama and the nonsense and the day-to-day bullshit. They don't care about any of that. The emotional shit. They care about the law. They care about just distributing the assets, the marital assets, equally and fairly. All right? So ChatGPT is the same thing. Now, am I going to take... No. Nothing I'm going to take for verbatim at face value. This is a case that we are researching. So do I trust ChatGPT as a tool? Yes. Just like I trust the internet as a tool for information, because that's where the information is stored. All the news agencies that exist, they all have web pages. They all own it, because we are, as a society now, We are online every day. We've got phones. We're on the internet every hour of every day, getting our news on the web as it happens. So all AI is another tool that utilizes the internet. Oh, I argue with ChatGPT all the time. So, okay. You're asking me if I trust ChatGPT. Do you trust me? You all come into my lives and listen to me ramble on. Do you trust me? Oh, Israel, I haven't. Did you want to come up? Because I have a request from you. Or you might. I didn't know. I never know if you guys are just tapping, and by mistake. Lois, do you want to come? Oh, you answering my trust me. Okay. All right. Why? Why do you trust me? Exactly. Exactly. Trust has to be earned. I can't just come on here and babble, without showing you. Okay, this is how I've arrived at my conclusions. Now, you might have a different conclusion, but I'm going to show you, and I don't demand that you agree with me, but I'm going to show you this is how I've arrived at my conclusion related to this case. It's based on examining this particular evidence and then asking the questions that an investigator would.
You do the research.
Yeah. That's what I said. This has never been confusing to me.
Just like
And I don't understand why it's confusing to anybody else.
I know.
Yeah.
Just like the people watch The Act and they don't do any research, but they believe everything about that.
Right.
Ridiculous.
People don't use
And see,
discernment as they should.
I know.
right. And I didn't have a problem with the act, and you know why? Because the act was the first thing that I saw that showed the fetish material.
Right.
Showed her dressing up as all these different characters, and that would make people look at that and go, well, wait a minute, I thought Dee Dee was supposed to be controlling her. I thought she had no freedom. I thought she was forced.
Yeah, the act made me bring up some questions. But did I think it was all true? Absolutely not.
I know this is getting off track, but do you think she used that building for more than just a building? Because I watched something today and there was a tote in there that had vampires and werewolf written on it that had a lot of the costumes in it.
Yeah, that was in the shed.
Yeah, I just wondered what that was really used for. I have other ideas, but
oh, that was a love shack, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we played the David Blanchard interview with the police. There were two. There was one before they found the body, and David's talking all about how they met and all that, and then there's after they found the body, and David explains how he walked around the house and he opened the door to the shed, and he specifically said it was not locked. There was no lock on it. So that was supposed to be the shed where Dee Dee tied her up in and locked her in for a week or two, whatever, didn't feed her, locked her in the shed. Well, I have always believed, because David called that her playroom. Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, her playroom. I have always believed, in fact, over on my JFK Annie account about a year ago, I posted about the McDonald's incident and I put with Nick, and I asked the question. I said, was Nick watching Gypsy on his computer? Because I don't believe Nick was watching PORN at McDonald's. I think he was watching Gypsy. And he went there because he didn't have Wi-Fi access, and he wanted continual contact with Gypsy.
I'm glad
That's
you
why
brought
he was
that
staying
up.
Yeah, that's why he was staying in that McDonald's for 9 hours. He was not watching PORN for 9 hours. That manager of that McDonald's would have been fired.
Right.
All right, and you're not even allowed. That's blocked on public Wi-Fi. You go into McDonald's, you sign on. You sign in to their Wi-Fi. You have to sign in with your name and everything, and then you get access to the Wi-Fi. And you click a thing that those PRN sites, they're blocked. You can't get to them. My son works for Discover Card. He works from home, and he's given a computer. His computer, he can't surf different websites that are even suggestible.
Access.
Right, right. And his computer automatically blocks him from accessing any of those sites. So Nick was watching. Anyway, I made a post about McDonald's. He got 30,000 views in like a couple days. Then I made a post about the shed. And I said, what was Gypsy doing in the shed? Was she playing little girl play, playing daddy-daughter play, and blackmailing men in the shed? I think that's what she was doing in there. That got 25,000 views.
I wonder about the baby bottle. Has anyone had any pictures or videos or anything about her sucking the baby bottle?
No, not so far. I've not come across them in the FOIA evidence.
Probably another lie.
Yeah.
Not even on a shelf or anything.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
But I think in one of her statements, when she said she packed to go to Dan's, didn't she say she took her baby bottle?
She did.
I think she said she took her, because I may be crazy. I may be remembering this wrong. But I seem to remember her saying she took her baby bottle and she took these old jeans, and she took her Lilo and Stitch video.
Oh, Lord.
But I might be remembering that wrong.
No, you're
But,
right. And she's on some podcast, and she said that she was had to have certain nipples. She's very particular about her nipples.
Yeah.
But yet I've not seen nothing with her with a baby bottle. Or like she said, none in the house.
No, like I said, I don't know if they would, okay, because here, you know how she took all the fetish, we've only seen a couple of them. Like we saw Candy, we saw the Ruby, the one of Ruby standing in the leather jacket that's open, you can see her boobs. That's from the video. That's a still from the video. Then we've always seen like her lying on her. I put all these pictures. I'm not done yet, but these pictures that were on the Emma Rose account. I put them up in the FOIA on Facebook. I'm breaking them all up, screenshotting them, and putting them all up there. But
thank you.
This handful of pictures we've always seen back from Mommy, Dead, and Dearest. They have been floating around on the web. What we have not seen is all the Candy stuff, like the Candy character. She took a bunch of pictures with her, but I know she did because they were somewhere on a profile, but we've not seen that yet. That's what's going to come out, I think, in these Facebook that Barb Out of Context got. I mean, Barb is doing a bunch of things over here on TikTok and on her YouTube channel, and every one she does is like just more evidence and more evidence and more evidence.
Well, she did this podcast where she's being a Christian, her faith has changed. And just the other day, which I found today, she was talking about, she said, "Am I fucking 1-year-old?" Who would say that?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the one she was up on Sheena's live, and that's the one where she also said she had a forced childhood.
Yes, right. That was it. But using that language, I mean, after you're just on a podcast in your heavenly white clothes and
right. Just the way she has no relationship with that baby.
And I think she's jealous of the baby around Ken. I really do.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And she holds that baby like a stranger would hold a baby. Can y'all tell it? It's like she's not comfortable in holding the baby.
No, she's not motherly at all. Yeah, I mean, any mother is not gonna. I would go to jail for somebody who referred to my child as a effing 11-year-old.
I know. I could not believe she said that.
Yeah, there's no way that would ever come out of my mouth. I don't care how upset I am at him or what he. No way. I'd catch a charge if somebody talked like that about my kid.
Yes.
You know, they've already shown the baby. There was Babygate where the baby's face was shown. Gypsy is somebody. Remember the one where she's at some store and she's standing off, and the baby's in the cart, and you can see the baby
Yes.
full see the baby. Somebody took that picture. Had to be because it was a gypsy. It wasn't a stranger.
Christy.
It was on Christy. It was on Christy's phone. You know, because when they were shared, on the bottom of that, you could see all the pictures on her phone. Christy's been giving these pictures, and that's like even like now, there's no inner. They've already shown the baby, so there's no reason for Gypsy not to be interacting with that baby on some form of social media or posting pictures. Like the Mardi Gras pictures that they just posted the other day. You had a video of Ken holding the baby. Then they showed the baby full, like she was looking down, but you could see her pretty much full face and body, and she's sitting in that whatever cage thing they have. And they had the little they had a sign.
Advertising. Okay, she was advertising who she was. But yet she doesn't want.
This is the Urker baby. Now you're afraid that baby's going to get kidnapped? Why didn't you just put one of those big blinking arrows pointing at here's my kid?
I know.
Exactly. And then she wants to say that she's always stopped for autographs and that she's got all these supporters and everybody loves her. There was one picture of some strange woman with her. There weren't like 100 pictures of her with people at Mardi Gras.
Right.
If she had all this support, we would see their daily life. We would see her going to Kroger's and grocery shopping. We would see her all over that house with the baby, but you're not seeing that. We would see her giving the baby breakfast. She would be using that baby as content, and she's not.
And I feel like Christy really doesn't like her. I feel like
hell no,
Christy behind the scenes. She doesn't like her.
No.
Y'all feel the same way?
Did she get the boot? Oh no, there you are.
Yeah, I was frozen. No, yeah, it made smaller. Anyway, yes, Lois, I believe CPS is involved, and I don't believe she has custody of the baby. That's my opinion. Just the pictures of the house is stark, or the apartment, or whatever it is. It doesn't look like a baby lives there. It looks like a baby visits there, but does not live there. And she would be using that baby for content. Period. There's no excuse not to now. The baby's been seen already.
What do you think about her doing the TikTok and the baby was in the floor, no toys, and beating its little head against the fireplace?
Oh, who would let their baby do that?
I mean, that just shows.
Okay, not only go up to a fireplace, which is it was fake, but those still generate heat.
They
My
do.
mother had one.
You don't want to teach them to go up and touch, regardless of whether it's not.
You don't. Yeah, you do not teach a child. Hey, go walk towards a flame.
Something that looks like fire. That's an excellent idea, dumbass.
Oh, did you see the toys?
What happens if they use a stove with a gas flame? I mean, come on.
The baby won't know.
I train my cat better than that because she's always jumping up on stuff. And like I'll light a candle and she'll be took her nose over to it. I train my cat better than that.
Mm-hmm.
But like not only was she having that baby crawl, and she's on a live, and she's like, oh, she likes to go over by the fireplace, okay? But she sits there on a live with her head basically turned away from that baby, and that baby is crawling a distance So, like, if something had happened, if something had fallen off that thing and fallen on top of the baby, she couldn't have even gotten to that baby.
I think that's what she
When my
wants, though.
babies, when my sons were crawling, I constantly chased after them. You don't just
You
let a
don't even
baby
get up to
crawl
stop her
away
from
from
eating
you.
dog food.
Well, do y'all remember the baby bed? And she had the was it like a humidifier or some kind of air thing sitting on top of it? We would do that. I feel like she's like waiting for an accident to happen, so it'll be an accident. But she's how can I say it? Wanting it to happen. I think she's so jealous of the baby. I think she wants Ken, and she had the baby to keep Ken, but she really doesn't want the baby. You know what I'm saying?
Well, at this point, I don't even know if she wants Ken. I think that's all the show, and that's all to keep us watching. I don't think she wants Ken any more than she wanted Ryan or she wanted Nick. She is self-absorbed. She only cares about her. If Ken's out of the picture, she will use that for sympathy.
She don't want anybody else to
For
have
her
Nick,
support.
and she don't want anybody else to
She
have
will
her.
use. Nah, well, I mean, it
Jealous.
could be the same, with Ryan. She was the same way. When Dawn Boker was writing to Nick, Gypsy knew about that, and she was angry, and she was writing to Ken at the time, and she told Ken that Dawn Boker was just Nick's flavor of the month, And
Jealous.
so, yeah, Gypsy wants it all about her. Gypsy is the only person in the world. You got to understand, she's a narcissist.
Yeah.
All right, she's a narcissist, and nobody else exists.
And I'm sure
No
y'all
one.
seen the one where they were talking about getting her out of the bathtub, and Ken talked about grabbing the towel. Why did she do that?
Shaking her.
I didn't understand what that was for.
Okay, Gypsy is not a normal human being.
No, but geez, right on live.
You guys
You can't
keep
hold her to
asking
normal
that.
standards.
She's showing her real self.
Yes.
Gypsy.
It's been years, guys. It's been years. All right, Gypsy, we have to stop this. We have to stop giving her bullshit oxygen. Because, you say, okay, why did she do that? Why did she do this? Why did she do that? Why did she do it? Okay, Gypsy sat in the bathroom shaving her twat while Nick was killing her mother, and her mother was screaming her name. Dee Dee's last thought in her head as she knew she was being killed was, is Gypsy okay? Is my daughter okay? After Gypsy tried to kill Dee Dee herself.
I just don't know. Sometimes I think Dee Dee was gone before he got there, and I just wonder if she could use a recorder or something to make Nick hear that. I just don't know. At the timestamp didn't add up. Stabbing didn't add up. I don't know. Just weird stuff.
They just restricted me for saying that word.
What'd you say?
That's what she was doing. That's what she was doing. That's who that person is. Gypsy had just killed her mom. Gypsy had just let the man in the house who she knew was going to coming to kill her mom. Gypsy spent that last night that her mom was alive, sitting next to her mom, knowing what was coming, did not do anything to stop it.
Her fingernails.
Anything to comfort her mom. All right? Her mom's last words are, Gypsy, don't hurt me.
Because she's hurt her plenty.
Gypsy, don't hurt me. Because she's been hurting her previously.
Mm-hmm.
Gypsy lets Nick in the house after planning it for 2 years. After stealing the knife. After getting everything ready. All right? Lets Nick in the house. Goes into the bathroom. According to Nick's story, goes into the bathroom. Nick goes in and does the deed. Then Nick has to wait for Gypsy because she's doing something in the bathroom. He's knocking and he has to wait. He's standing there with his cut finger in shock. And he has to wait for her to come out of the bathroom. She comes out of the bathroom. They clean up. She fixes his finger. They clean up the scene. They have the sex on the bed. She tells him to bite her harder. All right. Then they, instead of sinking the knife like she told Nick she was going to do, also tried to get him to not wear the gloves, but he wore them anyway.
Uh-huh.
After not sinking that, she mails the knife to his house. She doesn't have a bus ticket. She knows she's going with him, right? That's the plan. Why isn't she packed? Why doesn't she have a bus ticket for herself?
She was planning on leaving him behind, I think, and she was going to
Yes.
take off.
Gypsy is who Gypsy is. She is not the little victim. She is not anything she pretends to be. She is not coerced or traumatized or any of that. Gypsy is a sociopath, and she is a pathological liar, and she is a narcissist. And to a narcissist, the only thing that exists is themselves.
She's Satan
Not their
herself.
family, not friends, not children, not husbands, wives, not anyone, not their mother, not anyone.
It's a
The
joke how they
only
just get
thing that
off.
exists to a narcissist is themselves. And they will do everything to get whatever they want. And that includes using everybody in their life. And when those people either realize it and don't want to walk away, then they stay in that person's life and they harass them till the end of time. You will never get away from a narcissist. They will
Right.
be in your life. They will stalk you. They will stalk you online. Why do you think Gypsy still talks about Nick how many years later? He was
Yeah.
one of her victims. All right? So we have to stop asking, why does she do that? Because she's a sociopath that got away with killing her mom. She's a narcissist. Why does she do that? Because she doesn't love that baby. That
She
baby's
does.
a means to an end. That baby is a tool for her. That's it.
I
Everything in
just
a
feel like she does.
narcissist's life
I'll
is
be
a
safe for
tool.
her to be alone with the baby. Do you think she is ever alone with the baby? Or she's allowed
No,
to be alone with the baby?
no, no,
I just wondered
no.
that.
I think that baby is in CPS custody, and she gets visitation, and it's
I would love to
monitored
find out for
visitation.
sure. I would love to find that out.
Hmm.
Go find receipts for that if you can.
I, you know,
Trying.
I'm still fighting with people that don't think the baby exists.
Oh, another thing,
All right.
about her being mean to Dee Dee. And I mean, they didn't even say anything about the bruises on her knuckles, did they? The night they took her to jail. Remember, her knuckles were so bruised. I bet she beat her
Well,
up, beat her to death.
that was guys. That you're looking at this evidence and going, okay, well, how come nobody did anything about the bruises?
I
Because
mean,
this evidence never went into the court.
you're right. I mean, but
Had this evidence gone into court, that prosecutor would have brought up her bruised knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
it's terrible.
They wouldn't have, they wouldn't have taken all of that. So, the questions would have been asked. Had Gypsy been on the stand, do you think that prosecutor would have sat there and said, so, Miss Blanchard, did you live a life of prison with your mom? No. He would have taken this evidence and said, okay, Miss Blanchard, you say your mother controlled you, didn't let you have a computer, didn't let you have a phone, forced you to stay in the wheelchair. That's your story. Yes, sir. Okay. Explain these videos where you're naked in the living room. Where's your mom? Where's your mom controlling you? Explain this video where you're showing Nick your tight little holes.
Her mom went out one Saturday night.
No.
Over
There are
there.
hundreds of these videos.
Oh yeah, I know.
Dee Dee did not leave Gypsy alone in that house. Why? Because to the outside world, Gypsy was paralyzed. Gypsy needed to be diaper changed.
Well, she told Nick that her mom was gone for the night. It was a Saturday night, and one of the videos that they'd brought up.
Yeah, she was gone. Gypsy gave her sleeping meds. She was
She
gone,
probably
knocked
did.
out.
I bet that's what she did, knocked her out.
Okay, she lied to Nick. When she met Nick, she told him she was 18 years old.
Yeah.
She told him that she had multiple personalities, all these personalities living inside herself.
Lordy
She
boo.
told Aaliyah that she was 18 when she was 23. She lied to everyone, and she lies with intention. She lies with method, but she
I almost
lies
feel
to get
like,
away with her shit.
yeah, and I almost feel like Dee Dee just had no control over her at the end. She was sick, and I feel like
No!
she just let her just go ahead and do it. What else could she do?
Yeah, I mean, what was she gonna do?
Exactly. She was of age. She could have done anything,
Because
and I think she
Well,
just fed
that
up
and
with it.
anything that Dee Dee challenged, Gypsy was ready to freaking pew pew her.
You're right.
Dee Dee had no control over Gypsy after 2011. And Gypsy tells you this herself in her book. Honey and baby are equal. After the Pew Pew incident, Honey and baby are equal. Because Honey knows baby can be violent. Honey knows that if she tries anything to challenge baby, baby will kill her. Honey knows that baby is hanging out with people that are on parole for selling prescription drugs. Honey knows that baby is hanging out with people that know they're committing fraud, that know that Gypsy is of legal age, that know that it's all a con and they're defrauding the charities and the neighborhood, everybody. They know that they're lying and they're not reporting them. Honey knows that some of the people that baby might be hanging around with in these backgrounds of VisionCon that are in the fetish communities might be linked to mob activity. Because that usually is.
She's a
What the
spoiled
fuck
brat.
could Dee Dee do after
Exactly.
2011? What the fuck
Exactly.
could Dee Dee do?
Dee Dee was very sick, and she wouldn't have been a
Yes.
spoiled brat her whole life.
Mm-hmm.
So Gypsy wasn't allowed to have a phone, right? According to her,
Yeah.
wasn't allowed to have a phone. All right. When she runs off to be with Dan, the original stories changed multiple times. How did Dee Dee find her? Okay. Well, first Gypsy said she left a note. Then Gypsy said she dropped her phone, the phone she wasn't supposed to have. Then the two friends called Dee Dee. Okay. Well, how did the two friends know Dee Dee's phone number?
Right. Lies,
if
lies.
this relationship, because Dee Dee was found in bed, or Gypsy was found in bed with Dan.
I agree
Now,
with you, Lois.
okay, if the relationship between Dan Glidewell was secret, because it was on Gypsy's secret account, and they were doing this fetish crap, and Dee Dee didn't know anything about it, how did the two friends know Dee Dee's number?
Yeah, I mean, how did she know? Just go straight to the where he was at and
Right,
drag Gypsy out. I mean,
right,
the address and
right.
everything. Yeah.
Mhm. The prescription meds were constantly being stolen. There's the police report after the 2011 incident where Dee Dee reports the prescriptions and the money stolen.
Do you think she
Yeah,
took
there's several
a lot of the
reports of missing
prescriptions?
pain pills.
Do you think she took the pain pills or gave them away for stuff? Because if she would have taken all that when she would have went to jail, she would have went to medical. She'd have went through withdrawals and everything. She wouldn't just been okay. I was
Well, I
There
mean,
was
I'm sure she did it when she wanted to and sold it when
yeah.
she wanted to.
exactly, or maybe for sex, or the the D.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of nefarious activity going on. Okay, you guys got to remember, Gypsy was running around in these underground fetish communities for years. For years. All right? That takes a certain level of the ability to deceive, to hide, you know. And I don't believe that Dee Dee did not know. I think Dee Dee was trapped in that house. She knew that Gypsy was doing all this stuff online. There was just nothing she could do. How
Yeah,
are
and
you
I'm
going to
sure
control?
that. Yeah, I'm sure
You
that
know,
she's threatened DD. Oh, I'm gonna tell that, get you for fraud, and you're gonna go to jail. And I mean, I could just hear her saying that.
Yeah, I think
okay,
Dee Dee's only idea was to possibly take her to that home.
Right. That's why she's looking that up. Poor
Yeah.
DD.
yeah, and you know, um, Gypsy could have found out that her mother was searching for batteries dying, guys. I think I got about 10 minutes. Gypsy could have found out that her mother was searching for places.
That's what
Yeah.
I thought.
And that's another motive.
Mm-hmm.
Gypsy had multiple motives to kill her mom. Nick had one.
I can't
So
feel. I
there's
mean, I feel sorry for him. I mean, I know he did it, but I feel so sorry for that guy. I mean, he lost his mom.
yeah.
So much has happened because of her. I guess
He
his
lost
mom
a
was
lot because of Gypsy Rose, Alcida,
Yeah.
Petrie, Emma,
Mm,
Shars.
yeah.
Yeah, he lost a lot in the name of a fake, a manipulation tactic, everything. Just
I could
done.
see the innocence in him, like when he was dancing around in his room, and I just
Yes.
seen the sweet side of him. It broke my heart.
Right.
Yeah. She cultivated evil in him. She created
yes.
a monster in him that wouldn't have come out if it wasn't for her.
No, because here, and here's what we're going to learn from these Facebook forums that Barb, out of context, got. We're going to learn exactly how she groomed him every day, because we're going to be able to read it, and we're going to be able to follow the timeline of how she did it, how she used all the characters, how she used sex, how she weaponized all of that to get him so discombobulated and so obsessed with her that all he could see was her, and he would do literally anything to keep her in his life.
Yeah, it's true.
That's why Demona, the Demona character, could
Demon.
do what she did.
Right, ain't it?
That's why she could threaten him the way that she did. Because if you look at the one of the first videos where Demona is talking to him, and she's saying, or she's talking to Victor or whatever, and she's saying, okay, I can't hurt Nick. I can kill people, but I can't hurt Nick, Gypsy's mother, or Gypsy. I can't hurt those three people. And then it's all switched up later on when when Nick's backing out again, and Demona becomes the master, which, by the way, wouldn't happen in that relationship. Would not have happened. Demona becomes the master. She can grape Nick now, and she tells Nick, if you don't do everything if you displease me in any way, which means if you don't kill Gypsy's mom, I will take Gypsy. Do you use the one card I have? I'll take Gypsy away. First, you won't be allowed to talk to her. Then I'll just kill her. So how'd that change up? I can't hurt Gypsy. I'll just kill Gypsy. Do you see how Nick she controlled Nick.
Oh yeah, and him having
manipulated him
anyway.
And she did it every day for over 1,000 days, 10 hours a day.
Sickening.
And the entire time she was doing that, she could have been calling 911. She could have gotten up off her ass and walked out of that house.
She's too busy screwing up everybody else's life.
We see that. What else do we see? The entire time she's talking to Nick, who else is she talking to? Dan. Not only is she talking to Dan, but she's sending sexual stuff to Dan.
Yep.
When she's supposed to be worshiping and adoring Nick. She's supposed to be Nick's slave that has a slave contract.
I wonder about her and the neighbor. I just sometimes think something's going on there too.
It's totally possible.
Have you ever thought about it though? I mean,
Yes.
hmm
Yeah. A lot of them, and I'm sure there are probably other men in that community as well,
yeah,
in my opinion.
mine too.
Hmm. Well, we
I think
know from these Facebook.
I think she used that little love
Yeah.
shack in the back as a place to
Yes.
Exactly. Hmm.
do business, whether it be
Hmm.
virtual or in person.
No, she did not just use these costumes for Nick, because she was
No.
using them with Dan. She was using them with Dan and other men.
Probably David Blanchard.
I have my thoughts about him.
I mean, how can you crawl through a window? How can you crawl through a little window, but the white knots and everything's still back in
Henry
place?
Larbath did not go through that window like that. No way.
And how can you put the white knots back in? I mean, you would knock them over. That's a lie. And he would have seen DD. Something just that didn't add up.
See, you guys see all of this, and now what we have with the Facebook stuff, it's done. She is over. She can't spin this. So we're seeing all of this. The public's going to see it. The public's not stupid. The public is going to start asking questions that they never asked. And the reason they never asked it, because the media ran with the Munchausen story, because the prosecutor told them that was the story. When the prosecutor said she has lived a life in prison with her mom, what do you think that was saying to the public and the media? What do you mean? What do you mean she lived in prison with her mom? Well, her mom medically abused her. Her mom had Munchausen, this fictitious disorder, and medically abused her. So that became the story, and they all ran with it. So the public was like, okay, this put to bed. Now we've got Nick's trial coming up 2 years later, and it was all put on him. His trial was called in Rolling Stone. Rolling fucking Stone called Nick's trial the Mommy Dead and Dearest trial, which sent everybody. What's that? What's Mommy Dead and Dearest? Oh, it's this documentary about this gypsy being abused, and they killed her mom, and she got a plea deal, and blah blah. Nick's story wasn't even told. The only thing about Nick is he was involved with Gypsy, and he killed Dee Dee. He did the act.
Didn't y'all think it's a joke? Her lawyer became her manager. How convenient.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
And
she
is
crushed on him
there a
too.
connection?
So what else did he become?
All of
Is there a
it.
connection with Mike Stanfield to VisionCon?
Yes.
Is there?
Is there a connection between Mike
know?
Stanfield and baby daddy to Aurora?
Oh. Didn't talk about that. Well, she did. I think didn't she tell some of the inmates she thought he was sexy or something, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
would do him, and
And I mean, look what happened with Casey Anthony and her attorney.
right.
Yes.
Times that they caught together.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, well, like I said, we're going to keep talking about this as new stuff comes up. And in the meantime, I'll go over all the FOIA files here. But one thing we need to stop doing is giving her oxygen by saying, why does she do that? I don't give a shit. I don't care why Gypsy shaved her head. I think it's telling. To me, her shaving her head says, you're fucked up, girl. Because by her own words, oh, okay, you okay? By her own words in the prison confession, she says when she's stressed out, she fucks with her hair. Well, shaving your head is fucking with your hair, which tells me you're pretty stressed out.
Giving yourself a low haircut.
Yeah, the only thing that could be stressing her out is this. Every day somebody's bringing up new stuff. Yeah, it is a rabbit hole, Lois, but it's not complicated and it's not confusing. Like I said, 2016, I said, if I have that Facebook stuff, I can track the fetish she was doing, because that's where she was doing it. And another, she not only plotted the murder over on Facebook, but she had all these accounts over on Facebook. She should not be allowed to have that Facebook page that she has right now.
She shouldn't be on TikTok either. As much as
No.
she's screwed around with terms of service here, she shouldn't be here.
Yeah, but TikTok's making money off her, so they're not going to delete her. So I think what's going to happen this year is the media is going to cover it. There's no reason that Law and Crime would not cover the updates on these FOIAs, because Law and Crime covered Nick's trial video back to back. So there's no way that Law and Crime is not going to cover this. Becca's working on something that's going to be major, I think. And Perez is going to keep covering it. It's going to get into the news. But in the meantime, we are bigger media. Social media is bigger than CNN. More people watch this over here than watch CNN or NBC or Fox or any of it.
Absolutely. There's better, more truthful coverage on here. You find something good, and yeah.
I have 23 in here right now. When I turn this off, there's always 500 watching me on the outside. So, it's going to go where it goes. Gypsy is who she is. She's who she's always been. She's still who she's always been. She did what she did. So they created this lie around Dee Dee that's all falling apart now. They can't keep it together. And the public is going to be re-educated, and the public is going to realize that they were lied to. And they were lied to so that they would be sympathetic with Gypsy, and they would push the story. They would share the Munchausen bullshit. Well, that's done. That's done now. There's too many people that are credible that are getting attention and that are covering all of this evidence. And once the public realizes that all this is the evidence that the prosecutor would have taken into court, that would have dismantled this Munchausen defense in a day. Once they realize that, then they are going to demand that the media correct 10 years of bullshit. They're going to demand that. And the way they're going to do that is they're going to boycott the sponsors of any podcast that she's on, or any, because these things don't exist without sponsors. Lifetime does not exist without commercials and sponsors. So if the public gets pissed enough to boycott those sponsors, then you'll see a change. They'll take the Lifetime down. Disney's not going to lose millions of dollars in sponsors to keep 2 seasons of a Lifetime show up that didn't even make money. So this is done, guys. This is done. It's over. The only thing left to do is the busy work. And the busy work is organizing the evidence and getting it to the public, out onto the wide web. Linking it anywhere Gypsy's name is mentioned on the web. Anywhere. As far as this Andrea Dunlop goes. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to anywhere. I didn't know she wrote that many damn books.
Yeah.
I'm going to go everywhere her books are posted. Goodreads, Amazon, everywhere. Anywhere her podcast is. I'm going to go down into the comments section. I'm going to see who's promoting that. Then I'm going to go into the Goodreads and Amazon and see who made a review. I'm going to see if there's any connecting accounts. If those are fake accounts or if they're real accounts. I'm going to see if any of those accounts also reviewed Gypsy's book. She wrote 2 books. And I'm going to see if there was a connection from 2019 with Melissa Moore and Andrea Dunlop and this other doctor, this Munchausen doctor. And I'm going to see if this has all been an operation, a PR campaign since 2017. See, that's just a matter of research. Yes, we won, guys. We won this. She's not. Yeah, she's over here, not like she was a year ago. Gypsy was over here making thousands of dollars on her little lives when she'd come up and do her bathroom shit. A year ago, she was posting all these taunting videos that everybody was, advertising for her. She was running the content creators a year ago. You were doing her bid. You were doing exactly what she wanted you to do. She wanted you to, post everything she did. Follow her around the web and post her every fart. We're not doing that anymore. We're going over the evidence that convicted her in 2016 and still convicts her. Yes, Lois, this thrives on attention. Gypsy needs your attention. She needs your eyes. Her little flying monkeys, they need your attention. You don't need them. You don't need to watch them. They're not explaining anything to you. They're not explaining the evidence. They don't want you to look at the evidence. They want you to go watch all the manufactured drama. Well, we're not doing that anymore. We are not doing that at all anymore. And they're pissed. So they're trying to come over and guest up on our lives or whatever and cause, trouble, cause drama. Because every time you're doing that, every time you're watching it down in chat, every time you're up on panels, involved in it, then here's what they know. People are watching that, and that's discrediting all those creators, because the audience doesn't know what to believe and doesn't, you're not feeding the audience. You're not feeding yourself. You're not reading the evidence and understanding it. Gypsy does not want you to read these FOIA files. She doesn't want you to share them. She doesn't want you to educate the public about this. She doesn't want you to do that. So why don't we start doing the shit Gypsy doesn't want us to do instead of the shit she does want us to do? All right? Why don't we all decide to be a thorn up Gypsy Rose's ass until we don't see her anymore? Until she gets off the internet. Why don't we decide that? Why don't we put Gypsy in the same place we put Casey Anthony and Jodi Arias? Why don't we do that? Gypsy's not special. She's not important. She's not. She's nothing. She's nothing. And this is the best weapon you're ever going to have to deal with her. So why don't we start doing that? Share Becca. Share Barb. Barb is doing a lot of good ones lately. Start sharing them everywhere. Start, repost them to your feeds, so that every time somebody sees your accounts, they go over and they see all of Barb's stuff. Anybody doing good content on these FOIAs, Into the Weeds, whatever, link them, post them everywhere. That's how you change AI. That's how you change AI. Because the more this gets out, when AI goes to search, then all this shit's going to come up. When you ask about Gypsy Rose Blanchard, this shit's going to come up. But not if we stay over here doing 5-hour lives where Shenna's up there doing whatever the shit she does. That they want you to keep watching that. That's why when they don't have me blocked over here on this account, and when they unblocked me on JFK Annie, and I was scrolling, and Shenna popped up, and I was in the chat of that live, and right away she said, JFK Annie, JFK Annie. You love us. And Shanna's like, JFK Annie offered herself to me. She wants to do pony play with me. And no, I have the Facebook messages. No, I did not offer myself to Shanna. And, but they kept inviting me 5 times. They invited me up on the panel. I kept, nope, decline. And then they were taunting me. And I just said, I don't love you. I'm just in here blocking your entire chat, because I was in the chat blocking everybody in there. They blocked me out of the live because they didn't want me to block their chat, because they count on me popping into their live so that they can do that, so that they can taunt me, so that they can get the name JFK Annie out there, and people will maybe not believe me or distrust me. Okay? But that backfired on them, because I'm linking the name JFK Annie to all my shit that I do about Gypsy. And then that links back to my other work from the past 20 years that validates everything I've done online. I have a lot of credibility in the research that I do. I have been validated every year for the past how many years. So they can try their damnedest, but they aren't going to discredit any of us. Look at how they went back 16 years to try to get something on Audrey, and it was her ex-husband that they got stuff on. And then Shanna was just pulling up this other thing about her current husband, and some kind of, it was plates or some kind of traffic violation or something. And then there was something about Audrey Xeroxing her butt or something. They have nothing. They have nothing. Nothing. When I was over there, that double standard was like trying to insinuate all kind of stuff. She's like, oh, JFK Annie has, a life. She's lived a life. We don't want to hear about anything but, the fetish crap and all that stuff. And I'll talk about it. I even put down in chat, I said, I'll talk about Gypsy in 2011 all you want. Let's talk about FetLife when Gypsy was in it. And by the way, go get Gypsy, and I want to ask her if she was in Second Life in the dungeons. So, they think we're ashamed. I'm not. I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever done online. I used to look good. I had a lot of men after me, because the stories I wrote were pretty creative, unlike Gypsy's grape fantasies that she wrote on House Eros. Gypsy's just pathetic. She's a poser, and she's pathetic, and she knows it. And you're seeing it now. You're seeing it in the podcast that she, when she filmed herself in the podcast, she's just, everything's exaggerated. The last one she did, where she had her eyes closed and she was over the candle and then she opened her eyes, that was so telling. You saw the demon there. She can't hide that demon anymore. And the more this comes out, and the more she's mocked, and the more she cannot spin this like she has to, that demon's going to keep showing itself. It's going to keep showing itself, and the public is going to see it. And then they're going to see her now, how she still is acting, and then they're going to go back to these videos, and the videos they're going to go back to are the violent ones, where she's Ruby, and she says she can torture them, sharpen her nails, and the aggressive, violent ones. They're going to go back to that. That's going to be spread all over the web, and she's never, ever going to be able to counter it. Ever. So, stop asking why she does shit. She does shit because she has to. Because Gypsy has one job. One job. Keep the lie in front of the public. Keep the public believing that her mother did everything that she's claimed for 10 years that she did. Well, this evidence proves that she didn't. Dee Dee didn't do any of that. After 2011, Dee Dee was terrified of Gypsy and the people that Gypsy was running around with. So, okay, battery's dead. I'll upload those articles into the FOIA files, and I'll also put them into the media. I have that media group that I'm putting all the articles. I'll put them in. I'll double post them. And tomorrow night, what was I going to talk about tomorrow night? I had a plan. Now I don't remember. Okay. Well, I'll try to dig into the book reviews and see if I can come up with any connection to Gypsy there. Oh, I had to play the other half of the David Blanchard, the second part of the David Blanchard interview, because my phone died. So I might do that tomorrow night. If anybody else wants anything specific, let me know. I can start going over the bios that used to be posted up on that English site. Because there's a bio of Dee Dee and Rod, and then there's Gypsy at different ages. I can start, those are interesting. I can start reading those. So, if anybody else has any other ideas, let me know. And other than that, we'll just wing it again. All right. So, good night. Thank you for everybody that's came. Thank you for everybody that's watching from the outside and won't come in. Thank you for giving me your time, because I know time is valuable.
Good night,
Oh, I didn't see you in
everybody.
here, Texas.
I
Okay.
unmuted so I could actually say good night. I stayed quiet.
No, you don't have to stay quiet. You can always come up here.
My background noise is a lot. My heat kind of whistles. It's those steam radiators.
Oh, yeah.
And so I turned the TV up a little bit loud, so I didn't want it to, sound bad. But thank you, ladies. Thank you for everything that you do.
Of course.
Oh,
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the likes and the gifts. We appreciate it all.
yeah.
Bethy, I'm so glad
Yeah.
and happy to hear about your dad.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. You've been like checking up on me. I appreciate that a lot. You guys really are the best.
Okay.
All right, I do
All
love you
right.
guys, and please consider writing to the courts about Pearl Hernandez on behalf of Gabriel Hernandez. He was just a little boy.
Yeah, maybe get that stuff together and we can put it in the chat tomorrow.
Sure, I can do
You can
that.
put links in the chat, or I can even, I can make a thread about it if you get me the information.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can do that.
Too.
All right. All right. I'll see you tomorrow night, probably around 9-ish.
All righty.
So,
See y'all then. Thanks a
okay.
lot. Have a great one.
Love you all. Bye-bye.
Love you guys too.